With the recorder? Oh, we don't do this anymore. Dave,
Yes, we're ready.
we're ready? Okay. Don't let me forget that. Okay. All right. We'd like to welcome everyone here tonight to the South Weaver City Council meeting of September 29th, 2020. It is now 6:01 p.m. All council members are in attendance. And we would like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance by me, and then we'll have a prayer by Councilman Soderquist. Please stand.
Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our most gracious Father in heaven, we come to bow our heads as we begin the city council meeting, and grateful for this community in which we live and the wonderful people that are here. We're grateful for the youth that are here tonight that are going to volunteer and give service to this community as well. We are grateful for all the men and women who serve to help our city run and also to protect and take care of the youth that are here. We ask for thy inspiration and guidance to be with us tonight as we talk. We will have civil discussions and be able to understand one another and be able to see more clearly the items that are before us and be able to be wise in the decisions that are made. We thank you so very much for this free land in which we live and wonderful opportunity we have to serve and enjoy one another's company. And we pray for these things now in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councilman Soderquist. All right, just briefly, we'll give you a COVID update. The past 7-day slope increase has been pretty steep, steeper than our biggest spike in July. There 24% increase in cases last week in Davis County and 65% the previous week. It appears we are in a second wave increase in cases. Davis County is averaging 55 cases per day this week. All jurisdictions are seeing increases, especially in South Salt Lake County and Provo and Orem. A lot of cases are coming from college students getting sick and bringing it home to the family. There are only 12 cases currently hospitalized in Davis County. The young age groups, though, are passing it to the older, more vulnerable age groups. And so we could see that increase before long. We haven't had a death in Davis County in a couple of weeks, which is really good. And Utah is first in the country for the lowest mortality rate. So I think that's awesome. South Weaver City has 62 total cases, 9 active cases. Last week we had 55 cases and 5 active cases. No elementary or junior high is close to the 15 case threshold, which would close the school. Viewmont High School is the only high school above the 15 case count, but neither A nor B day is above 15 alone. So that's the report for today. And we will move to swearing in our 20
It can't hardly leave. It's like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Check it around.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We're just sitting back here. Over there. Oh, okay.
As long as you guys are.
Well, yeah.
All right, thank you for your patience, everyone. Okay, we will move to item number 5, which is public comment. Please come to the podium and state your name and address. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Please address the entire council and know that we will not be commenting during public comment period. We're now open for public comment.
Good evening, Corinne Johnson, 8020 South, 2500 East. So nice to see all of you here this evening. We're thrilled to be back and talk about the loss tonight. Very exciting to have a presentation by Joseph Cook and see this development as it's taking shape. I just wanted to express my appreciation to the Planning Commission and to the work the City Council is doing on this development. This has been a very, very important to the citizens and the residents who, especially those that live close to this development, and those off Deer Run Drive like myself who will be impacted by this, and to see the efforts that you're doing to hold to the code and work on solutions and find ways to make sure that this development meets all the safety standards and the requirements and the city codes is very important to us. And I just wanted to thank you for that effort and that work and appreciation from the citizens who live near the property. So thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you.
Paul Stern, 2527 Deer Run Drive. I have several general comments regarding the Planning Commission meeting held on 16 September 20 as follows. The new preliminary site plan improvements for the lofts at Deer Run, as presented by Mr. Cook and his associates, was much better than his previous attempts since they finally took the recommendations of the Planning Commission seriously. The building profiles for the new buildings B and C in the new improved design are significantly lower and provide a better view of the Weaver River Valley excuse me, than the 50-foot tall wall of buildings along 2700 East initially proposed. We do cherish our views, not like an associate of Mr. Cook stated to me on 8 July 19 at approximately 0850. In addition, by moving the buildings further from the frontage road, the site distance is improved and permits better traffic and pedestrian safety along 2700 East. This was a major concern with the prior site design due to multiple site distance safety issues when the buildings were directly adjacent to the sidewalk. B, the next use issue I have is with a comment by Mr. Cook, starting at approximately 29 minutes and 30 seconds into the video of the Planning Commission meeting. His series of statements concerning the architectural designs proposed in the drawing sketches that these were of an East Coast design similar to what he built in Florida. This is not the East Coast. As stated in several places in the South Weaver City General Plan, any construction needs to blend in with the country feel, country charm of the city. Item C, my next concern was with the parking proposed for this development. I believe that for parking, as now shown, is inadequate for a development of this size. The formula used by Mr. Cook and his other associates and provided by Mr. Barry Burton, which was 2 times the number of units plus 2, does not provide the amount of parking necessary for this development and the assumed typical resident for a townhouse community, i.e. young singles or families. Please note that Taylor Walton in an earlier Planning Commission meeting stated that in other developments, the parking calculation was just not 2 extra parking slots for an entire development, but additional parking slots were required per approximately 5 number of units. Taylor's comments was not addressed further during that meeting and since, as far as I know. I have a question regarding the parking report from A-Trans Engineering. According to Dun & Bradstreet, A-Trans Engineering is just a 2-person operation with annual receipts of less than $200,000 per year, a really small company. Also, a question that should be asked of A-Trans Engineering is that since the parking assessment is a theoretical calculation, has any follow-up work been performed by A-Trans Engineering on their prior theoretical parking assessments to validate that what they predicted actually proved to be accurate in real life? My biggest concern with the number of parking slots, if the calculations are incorrect, one cannot make additional parking out of thin air after the fact, and the city is left with a real mess. This concern was also mentioned by Rob Osborne multiple times during the Planning Commission meeting of
Thank you, Kenny. Love the attire, by the way. Any further public comment?
Okay, take mask off, right? Okay. Hi, my name is Trevor Skank. I live at 6455 South Raymond Drive. My property is adjacent to the soccer complex. I stand here this time because it's my opinion that South Weaver administration and the South Weaver community, we have been misled. And let me explain why that's my opinion that I think built that way. We were told during the planning stages that this was time and time again that it was going to be a practice facility. I don't know how many times that was mentioned in the dialogue. I know there was a count of 20 plus times where that's how it was visualized. And we asked directly about league games, and specifically in that dialogue, we were told there would be no league games. In fact, we were so convinced that this was going to be a practice only facility that we changed the current buffer. The buffer at the time required vegetation or trees around the whole facility. And we changed that, very, very poor decision that was made, to a total of 6 trees that run along that buffer zone, from the residential to the commercial. I myself and many of you that I know are no strangers to the playing field. Okay, there's a big difference between a practice and games. The big difference is the intensity, coaches yelling, fans' involvement, the referees, the whistles. It's a whole nother arena when you are in a game versus a practice. The intensity level is much, much higher, and the noise is much, much louder. Another thing, the traffic. We were told point blank that LaRocca would mitigate the traffic through their club members, that they were going to be certain that 6650 was not utilized to come to practice. Okay, now here's another variation between practice and games. Now, when you're playing games, how are you going to let the other people in your league know you're not supposed to use 6650? And the only reason that this passed was because, well, not the only reason, but one of the big factors was they told us that 6650 would not be used. And we learned our lesson a couple weeks later after the opening. And the community ended up spending roughly $42,000 to mitigate the intersection. Another issue, okay. I was promised in a Kid City Council meeting by Mr. Kelly Park that not one soccer ball would come onto my property. And I have dealt with hundreds of soccer balls that come over. So trespassing is a big concern for me. Now, many of these people that I talk to are really good people, and they just don't understand that it's private property. And some of them are not so good, and some of them have threatened myself and my family. Now, another thing, when the facility went in, I was in the meeting, and they made their own hours of operation and days they were going to operate. I mean, it was totally up to them, and that's what they did. And now I hear through the previous planning meetings that Mr. Parks stating that if he'd have known these restrictions, that he wouldn't have built that facility. Well, he knew these restrictions. La Roca, they knew these restrictions, and now they're asking us to accommodate more than we've already accommodated them. One thing, I hope, are we live streaming?
Yes.
I'm hoping that the people who are involved with La Roca are able to watch a meeting like this, go to the city website, look at the agendas, the planning commission meetings and the council meetings, and look and see exactly what was said for themselves. So they know the misinformation that they're hearing, because it's all in black and white. I know there were some missteps by the city. I mean, there's no overstepping that, but it's time to mitigate this problem and take care of it now and make it so we're all comfortable here in our community. But again, 6650, we've got, it is an accident waiting to happen. The sooner we can get that taken care of, the sooner our kids and families will be much safer here in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Other public comment? Do we have any online?
Yes, we had two. We've lost one, but another has come back. So we'll get them on.
Okay.
Brandon, will you get the HD line?
Scroll down.
Yeah.
Go from this one.
From there. Yeah.
He just unplugged out of the.
We gotta flip that.
Oh, you got, you need this one.
Well, now you gotta
Sorry.
plug that one into the projector. Reverse what I said.
Sorry, Brandon, I didn't want to.
No, you're right.
I missed that.
Nate, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nate, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me at all? Can you hear me at all?
There he is.
I live at 220 East, 6650 South. I am calling in today to complain about the traffic being very unsafe on my street. It's insane. I wish each of you could come specifically in the afternoons and play Frogger across my street, just because it's extremely dangerous. I have brought it up a couple times. And not only that, when they have games over at La Roca, which I believe was not in their agreement, it was only meant for practices. When they have a lot of games all at the same time, there are people that park up and down the street. And there was specifically one incidents where I couldn't even pull in my own driveways because I had people not knowing where to park. I don't think this is this shouldn't be my issue. I mean, I should be able to drive in my own driveway, However, that's not really, one thing I'm calling it. That issue needs to be fixed. The traffic going up and down, speeding up and down. I'm constantly out there yelling at drivers as they go by, saying slow down. It's just a matter of time before someone gets hurt in a traffic accident, and I would love it to stop. I know that some of the rules that have been set up are not being followed, and it really needs to stop before a bigger issue arises.
All right, thank you, Nate. Appreciate your comments.
Nate, can you state your address again? I'm sorry, we didn't catch that.
Yes, I'm the only house on, I live on 6650. I have a farm right there by that new subdivision. I don't know what that subdivision is called.
Okay, do you mind stating your full name and your address for the record? We missed that part.
Yes, my name is Nate Kendall. Address is 220 East, 6650 South.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nate.
Do we have the other one, or have they not come back?
If they come back, I'll let you know.
Okay. Is there any further public comment?
Roger Miller, 291 East, 6650 South. I just want to vouch for Trevor. He absolutely was threatened. I know that for a fact. And that should never be. I just want you guys to take that into consideration when you are, doing whatever you need to do with the soccer field. And these people, Nate's kids play out by their mailbox. I can watch them from my house. And these soccer people are insane how fast they drive that street. If you guys could come down and just watch. A lot of them, like Trevor said, are good people, nice people. A lot of them are good, but a lot of them just have disregard for South Weaver City and roads and laws. And one of these times, his kids are going to get hit, and it's not going to be a good deal. So I just hope you guys take that into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Roger.
Thanks, Roger. I know we didn't even touch it. Thank you. Something like that.
All right, is there any further public comment? Okay, hearing none, we will move to our next item. Is Stacy Whitford is right there. Awesome. Yes, could you come up here? Okay, I just want to say something first. The mayor and city council would like to recognize and honor Stacy Whitford for 8+ years of service to the community through her volunteer flag work raising and lowering the flags at City Hall and Memorial Park. Since the first day she volunteered to track half-mast days, she has dutifully tracked the day's flags should be at half-mast, then raised and lowered the flags, rain or shine, even arranging for a substitute if she was unable at times to fulfill the responsibility. So we really appreciate you, Stacy, and we have just a little thank you for you. I can come over there.
So I would like it noted that my substitute is usually my son, who is getting he earned his Eagle Scout and is getting his Court of Honors this Saturday. And that was part of the reason that I did this, and part of the reason that he is my substitute is because it's part of it as an Eagle, as a Boy Scout, it's really important to him as well. So,
Thank you.
and if any of you would like to know when you're supposed to have your flags at half staff, it's on the Colonial Flag app you can keep on your phone. Because one of the things I didn't know when lot of times, I've actually had people stop me when they're running and say, why are you putting the flag half staff today? And it's for a standard one that people just don't realize. So, yeah.
Well, we really
Thank you.
appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Now that your son's getting his eagle, you're not gonna stop.
Oh, no, no, no. No, in fact, I have to tell you, so I got a text from Tammy Long and she said, I really wanted to be there because I'm the one who appointed you, but I know it's gonna be really full. So, thanks for all that you did. And I was like, am I getting fired tonight?
And you have to hire Kenny to do it now.
You can be my substitute. My son goes off to college in the fall. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
It pays really well.
Thank you, Stacy. All right. Let's move on to our action items. Our first one is conditional use permit 2016-05 Elite Training Centers at 128 East South Weaver Drive. Conditional use permit 1605 was approved by the Planning Commission on September 8, 2016, and approved by the City Council on September 13, 2016. A review meeting on April 10, 2018 brought clarifications and conditions to the permit, which was approved by the Planning Commission on May 10, 2018. An official CUP form was then created that finalized that documented the conditions. Planning Commission met on July 9, 2020 and September 10, 2020 to review the CUP and recommend the attached amended CUP 1605 draft with potential adjustments and improvements. The purpose of any CUP is to mitigate detrimental impacts caused by the permitted land use. The task at hand for the City Council is to clarify the detrimental impacts caused by and mitigation conditions required of the soccer facility. Previous discussions by the City Council and Planning Commission since the soccer facility was originally proposed, as well as information obtained since the facility began operating, have identified some detrimental impacts that could be mitigated with reasonable conditions. And some of those are trespassing of soccer facility patrons onto neighboring property, traffic patterns to and from the facility, parking on streets and in neighborhoods, car headlights shining into neighbors' homes at night as patrons leave the facility, and noise. All right, so are there comments or questions by the council? Should I have, Kelly, you're here, right? Did you want to make any comments before we?
Yeah, I would love to. I'd love to get this mask off too. First off, I actually really enjoy coming to these meetings because it reminds me of my hometown in Plain City. So it's funny to see the similarities of everyone that knows everyone. I really enjoy it. There are a few things that I don't think I can mitigate. We encourage all of our people not to use that small road that comes through. Is it 6650? Is that right? With everything we send out, everything we do, we beg them not to. I guess my first question is it possible to maybe put a sign right on the other end of that road, and on this end maybe even, that it is not access to the soccer facility, or a soccer facility goes straight ahead, so that they would go all the way to South Weaver Drive. I don't want anybody getting ran over in there either by one of our teenage kids coming to play. I mean, I agree. I would love to tell them you cannot use that. I can't stop them. We beg them not to go through there. They still do. We'll do whatever we can to help with that situation. I know one of the issues was parking, and we had a major catastrophe on the one day that I really apologize for, and I've sent, I think, each of you an apology for it, but I've changed my policies with La Roca, who leases the facility from me. They're not allowed to do anything beyond normal practices or games without me knowing exactly what's going on and how many people are going to be involved and everything. So we shouldn't have the mistake that we had that day again. I mean, on that day, you were able to shut down the event. Obviously, I'm glad
because it was stated that we couldn't park on the city streets and roads. I feel that as it's stated, it addresses that. It also states that we could add more parking if we need to. We're more than happy to do that. I don't love the idea of limiting the number of cars in there because I don't want to be out there counting cars every day or trying to, have someone, I just don't feel I can restrict that, but I can know if we're over capacity. So if our capacity were to change, obviously if we would have to get that engineered and approved through the city, then we would know that we were okay. I would request that we leave that as it is, and it worked. So the landscaping that the new requirement or the new suggestions from the planning commission, I agree that the existing requirement that was in at the time was ridiculous. It literally does have 6 trees down Trevor's property and a bunch of bushes that do no good. I'd be more than happy to tear that out and put a big hedge right there. I don't feel that a hedge all the way down the property line next to his motorcycle track and then against our building is a good idea. I don't see what that mitigates as far as anything, especially against the building. It's just more of a fire hazard and an eyesore than anything to me. But let's see. Sorry, I made some notes on my phone, so I didn't hit as many things as I could. As far as trespassing, I'm more than happy to plaster that fence with no trespassing. Do not go there. I'm also going to put a 6-foot chain link fence the rest of the way. So all they do is go to the end of that vinyl fence and then hop over. I'm going to put a 6-foot chain link fence the whole property line and then across the front of the property as well. And all the way across South Weaver Drive. I'm waiting on UDOT to let me know back how close to the road or how far off the road we can put that. I think if we can put that fence and I can put signage along South Weaver Drive that says no parking all along that fence. And then I'm asking you guys if I could possibly put permanent posts in as well. I had temporary, they blow away. It doesn't really work. We need some permanent no parking signs out there. And then I believe that becomes an enforcement issue, not your issue, because people know they're not supposed to be parked there. I see them parked there. I'm going to call the Davis sheriffs and have them towed because I don't want somebody getting killed out there either. So let's see. I've had so much vandalism on that vinyl fence that I'm half tempted to ask you if I can just make the whole thing chain link. I've replaced huge portions of it 5 times already, and I need to replace. There's 13 more holes in it. It just doesn't end. So I don't know what the solution there is, but I would love for it not to be your issue. And I think if I could put a chain link fence in there, it wouldn't be so easy to destroy it. But I'm okay with replacing it, but it does add up over time. 5-6 times replacing big chunks of that vinyl. It's not cheap. So is there anything else that I missed?
Are there questions for Kelly before he sits down?
I'm sure there will be. You may want to.
Yeah, just stay close. Okay, comments or questions by the council?
I'd like to chime in if I could, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few statements just to begin with. And sorry if my emotions get a little controlled, Kelly, because I was part of the planning commission that originally looked at your conditional use permit. And I feel like we've been misled with statements made and actualities. Our agreement, be it a conditional use permit, is with you. It's not with Laroka. And unfortunately, we don't know what agreement you have with Laroka. But with regards to Laroka, they have an inhospitable clientele. The patrons of Laroka have been poorly represented of this club with this city, with their harassment of neighbors, with their honking of horns, with their middle finger gestures, and ignoring traffic laws and signs. Again, we can't do anything to Laroka other than Davis County Sheriff's, but this is your clientele, and your clientele is misrepresenting you and your facility very poorly. And I wish that message would get back to them. But getting into some of the key issues here, and I'm just going to talk about 2 of them. I'm not going to monopolize all of them. I'm going to talk about parking, and I'm going to talk about times of operation. There was a statement brought to us by our attorney that said in the original conditional use permit that if parking is or becomes insufficient to handle demand, and I want to emphasize that word, demand. Applicant will be required to provide additional on-site parking to meet demand. And it goes on to make some other statements. The key word here is demand. The organizers of LaRocca, the club, have overutilized or created an increased demand that far exceeds the existing parking. And what I mean by existing parking, that's the asphalted lots that we agreed upon in the original design, the 64 lots, not the 44 overflow lots. Rather than increase parking to 100, which is what the planning commission recommended, it's in my opinion that rather than increase the demand, we need to reduce demand within the confines of the existing paved parking stalls. By this way, with increasing the demand, it generates detrimental traffic to the immediate neighborhood. So by restricting it to the paved stalls, we thus reduce the traffic in the neighborhood. At times, the overloads carrying capacity, in my opinion, is the traffic that creates in the neighborhood. The only way to refute my opinion is to do a traffic study. Until one's done, I'm going to hold to my opinion that increased traffic overloads the existing carrying capacity, especially the 6650. We already talked about the inhospitality of your patrons. The spectators are also, if we reduce the number of parking stalls, we reduce the number of spectators. It's not one person per vehicle. You could have 4 to 10. If they're driving vans, people drive up there. So if we got 100 parking stalls, there's 400 people that could be there at any one time. That's too much demand for what's there. It may not serve you as a business interest, but I tell you what, there was not supposed to be games there to begin with. It's not in the conditional use permit. That's unfortunate, but it was talked about. Just like the hours of operation aren't in the conditional use permit, but we're going to talk about those as well. My next concern is, why does the city wish to invite increase in demand? I say we work within the existing parking capacity. That's my opinion on that aspect of the conditional use permit. When it comes to hours of operation, 6 to 10:30, 7 days a week, yeah, it wasn't in the original conditional use permit, but the word here that's used in there is events. It does not include office use, casual business meetings, after event discussions. So I'm a little concerned about the way it's written in the conditional use permit amendment. The word events, I think there should be a set time the doors open, and there should be a set time where the lights are out, the doors closed. Not, okay, our event is done at 10:30, and then people slowly matriculate out to the parking lot and do other things. There should be hard and fast times. My opinion is 10 p.m., lights should be out, doors should be closed, everyone out of the building. Now, you can't monitor people in the parking lot, but you can control the activity. And if there's no lights in the parking lot, there's no issue for them to stay there. But what about outdoor use? 10 o'clock operation outdoors, that's a quality of life issue, especially with the neighbors. Blowing whistles, spectators, cheering. I think we need to come up with a different set of outdoor times than indoor times. In the summer, games could go as late as 9:30 without lights. That's unacceptable to me, especially if I'm a neighbor. I think we need to come up with some sort of enforcement statement that says no games outdoors, or we limit outdoor use to 30 minutes after sunup to 30 minutes after sundown, but no earlier than 7 a.m. and no later than 9 p.m. Special events, I think, need to come to the council for special consideration. If you want to do a 3-on-3 tournament or something like that, I think we need to have 2 weeks notice as to what's going on, who's the event carrier, how many people are coming, what to expect, and we might give some conditional allowances to use the other 44 parking stalls on the gravel. But I think until we get more respect from your clientele, more cooperation with the traffic laws, I think we hold the line here and just limit you to 64 parking stalls. And I'll let the others speak to what they want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Windsor. Other comments?
All right, I'll go for it. Before I begin, Jamie, I was wondering, can you weigh in, because we've had this question brought up so many times about this practice, what was mentioned, it was going to be a training facility, it was going to be a practice facility, and what it is now. Can you weigh in on your perspective as far as what our ability is working with that going forward?
I wasn't present for the earlier discussions. I know that Chris Tremay prepared a summary that's in the council packet about the earlier meetings and what was said and what wasn't. I don't believe there was a distinction made, as far as I understand it, between events and practices. But you all who were present for those meetings may have a different recollection. I think we're trying to piece together the record of what was discussed there. The ability to limit what occurs on the property has to have a relationship to detrimental impacts that are identified. And to the extent you were to make a distinction between games and practices, you would have to identify detrimental impacts that are somehow different when games occur as to when practices occur. And then you could impose conditions that would relate to those detrimental impacts.
Okay.
Haley, sorry, can I just follow up on? Is there a permitted uses list that specifically states, as I said?
There's a memo I prepared in the packet, and in the memo, I pulled chapter and verse from city code. What they are the criteria that the council may apply when it considers conditional use permits. We had to bump my computer to do the video, so can I access that without disrupting what we're broadcasting? Let me open this just one moment.
Basically just asking, is it spelled out? Yeah. That no games are allowed as a permitted use?
No, there's nothing that speaks to games specifically. So the things that you see that are carried forward, there were, well, none of them that I can tell relate to games in particular. The conditions were buffer yard requirements, conditions from the city engineer's review, conditions from the city planner's review, a buffer yard amendment, and then there were additional conditions imposed at a later point in time that were the 6-inch vinyl fence, comply with UDOT access requirements, parking restrictions, restriction on lighting being allowed in the outdoor fields, complying with land use easements on the property, and complying with all city code, including but not limited to noise restrictions and signage.
All right, thank you. Haley?
Can I add one
Yes,
thought?
please.
The question about permitted uses, in the commercial recreation zone, which is what this property is zoned, the statement in city code in 10.5M4 is recreational and sporting activities. So that is the use that is permitted, recreational and sporting activities.
So even though in the audio or in the minutes, which there is in both of these previous meetings when he came to council, where he did mention it would be a training or a practice facility, because it is a permitted use, we're stuck with what we're at with whatever use is soccer.
Well, what I would say is the original conditional use permit was not put to writing. And so the record of that becomes what was discussed during the council meeting. And the factual issues that come with that would exist. And so I think your best record is to go back and look at the motion that's there. I based my memo on Chris Tremaine's summary, and the 5 items that were noted by him as being the subject of the motion that enacted the initial CUP. There were 5 things. The
I
geotech
apologize,
report-
I'm not sure that I have, do we have that in our packet? Am I missing that?
Yeah, you do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you can see
Okay.
up here as well. It's page 11 of the packet, but also this.
Thank you.
background
Okay.
section.
I did read
And
it.
it's
Okay.
the 5 that David's put there on the screen. I don't recall seeing anything that placed a restriction on games or practices.
It wasn't a restriction place, but it was discussed that it would be a training facility or a practice facility. And so I would agree with Councilman Windsor that we've been misled on this. Sorry, what's that?
Could I please clarify that?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think where all that comes from, there was a discussion here during the council meeting with Merv Taylor, and he was asking me, the hours of operation is kind of the same thing. He was asking me, at the time, we were discussing the building, the indoor building. That's why we needed a conditional use permit, because we were building the building. He was asking me what our intent was with the building. Were we gonna run leagues all day and all night in there, or were we gonna practice in there? I said, it's primarily gonna be multiple times, primarily going to be a practice facility. I wasn't trying to mislead anyone. And then I proceeded to invite the mayor and all the council members to our outdoor games, like multiple times. So you came to some, right? I mean, I wasn't trying to hide the fact that we were going to hold games at the facility. We were discussing how we were planning on using the building, and it is primarily a practice facility. We'll have scrimmage games in there, but we don't run like, it's not games all day inside or even outside. It's primarily a practice facility. I understand our traffic has got out of hand a few times, and I'm really trying to fix it. And I promise we will. We want to address these issues, but we were not trying to mislead you in any way. I promise.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go kind of down my little line, and Councilman Windsor did approach a few of these subjects, but there is more than a little bit of a problem here. It's a big problem, and it's been a big problem for a while. My brother-in-law lives on 6650, and about the time that soccer complex came in, there was big problems over there for his kids as well. I like the idea of the signs. I think that we need to place signs on 6650 that says no La Roca traffic. When you do Google Maps for your fixed facility, it will take you down 6650. And I think that we need to address that and see if there's a way to get that corrected. But also, I couldn't find any directions on your website to your facility. I think that would be helpful for any of your tenants, that they know exactly how to get there. Because when I went there, all I could find was the address, and that wasn't very easy to find either. I also agree with Wayne on we're going to work with the parking stalls that you have. Actually, I'm just going to go over some of the things you brought up. The hedge down the full length, not necessary. I would disagree with you. You are technically a commercial abutting in a residential area. So even though there isn't a residential home, it is a residential area, and typically it is. I just looked at our zoning map. It is zoned for our residential.
Change the code so that if it's not buildable residential, that it doesn't happen.
We changed the code for you, correct?
What's that?
For you.
The code wasn't, the code itself, Barry, it just states that in the CUP, correct? Or is that actually the full code change?
That's a code change in there.
It actually says even on the restricted pieces that are not buildable?
Yeah.
Then what?
So he's abutting a commercial. What is commercial up against residential currently?
But that code was not in.
Are you asking what the code is today or what the code is?
The code was when the applicant applied was not that code.
That's correct.
That's correct. That code was changed after your application shoot. The old code applies to you.
The code was changed because of us. We said.
I didn't say it wasn't changed because of you. I just said it was changed, but you don't get to bypass the old code. It's just like any of the other things we're dealing with now, with the lofts and other things. The codes have been changed, but we're dealing with codes that are back 2-3 years ago. That old code still applies to you. That when your permit was filed, your application was turned in, the old codes apply. Correct? Or we wouldn't be dealing with other issues in the city, like the lofts.
I mean, in general, when we have a residential area buffering a commercial area, we require a buffering, even if there isn't a house on that residential area. And that is exactly what we have here.
The question I'm trying to think through is that there are a sequence of actions that would occur for the conditional use permit to be revisited. And one of them would be an agreement on both parts to amend the CUP, that instead of handling this as a rescission, or instead of handling this as a straight enforcement matter, that you would amend it. And I believe it's accurate that the current CUP that exists right now, you look back on the code as it was at the time. I'm not sure you're prohibited if you amend the CUP at this point in time. from looking at the existing code.
Correct. I don't disagree with that. I'm sorry, Haley.
No, you're fine. So was the code when the CUP issued our old code or the current code, which required buffering between commercial and residential?
That one is approved.
What was it when it was approved?
It was
Which
buffer yard
CUP?
too.
The CUP in September of 2016, it was the old code. When the motion was made in council, correct?
I actually don't remember.
Do we have buffer yard C?
We removed
It was right about the same time. I've got an August 25th, 2016 memo here talking about that change. I don't know if that means, I mean, that obviously hadn't taken place yet. It was a memo to the council.
Okay,
So when that actually, the change actually occurred was around that time. So it was very close.
Councilman Halverson, I don't know if this is what you're getting at. I offer it hopefully to be helpful here. When you look at the conditions in the originally approved conditional use permit, one of them was an amendment to use buffer yard C. And I think the way I understood it is that the buffer yard C requirements, there was a question as to whether that applied to this property or didn't apply to this property. And so it was listed in the CUP to make certain that it would apply to this property.
okay. Chris,
Yeah, Chris, yes, come up to the,
You got to come to the mic.
make sure you speak into the mic.
And make sure you wipe it down when you're done.
You gotta get really close to that mic.
As you can see in that memo that I wrote, or the novel that I wrote, there was buffer yard D, buffer yard C, buffer yard B, buffer yard C, D. Some of it you couldn't even hear in or interpret whether it was B said or C said. And it was really a challenge for that to be taking place. And I, as the code enforcement officer, I had to look at that, and I listened to it hundreds of times on different computer settings to be able to determine what was said. And the best outlook that I got off of that was C. And you know, I appreciate what Jamie said. You know, this discussion is a very complicated one. We get that. I do believe that there's a cooperative effort that I sat between the two of these gentlemen, both being neighbors, both being expected to work together. And I would appreciate whatever decision is made, we make it right here and not leave it up to the two neighbors themselves, please. And that's coming from the person that's been trying to be the mediator. I respect both of them, but my job as a code enforcement official is not to make friends. And it's not to offend both of them personally. But you need to make a decision. That decision needs to be made with administration and your efforts. So please, I would encourage you to try to do that. So I just want to clarify that C thing.
Thank you, Chris. Is the buffer yard C still in our code?
No.
So we changed the code in 2018 that commercial, but personal would be a masonry fence.
Dave, did you have?
Yeah, if I may, we've reviewed the buffer yard code from that time period extensively. And the only reference to requirement of between commercial and residential, it doesn't say that specifically. It just says differing uses. And so there's not a specific residential that allows home, residential that doesn't allow home. None of that was clear in the code at the time. And the only change that we made from the code then to the code now was a recognition, and I think it's already been brought up, that landscape buffer really did not do very much. the requirement that was put in place then to have it be between commercial and residential uses. And the conversation took place then that, well, no homes will be built on part of that residentially zoned property. So what are we buffering? And the decision was made at that point to only buffer the area that had a residential home. If that is the conversation taking place now of is it effective or not, I think the answer is no, it was not effective. We since changed the buffer yard requirement, so it's no longer this landscape buffer. It's a masonry wall.
I think the question that I'm trying to find an answer to is in response to Mr. Park's request that he does not need to take a buffer from the use of the field to South Weaver Drive. And that is where the use would technically change, in my opinion, because you have the soccer complex on the west side and Trevor Shanks property, I say that every time, on the east side. Those are two different uses. And I feel therefore needs a barrier or a buffering of some sort.
And that's fair.
Is that fair to say?
I think that the conversation, as Jamie has said, is more, as a conditional use permit, is more on the idea of, are there detrimental effects to the property?
Well, currently I watched a whole bunch of people trespass through his property, so I would say yes.
So I think it hinges, what I'm saying is I think it hinges more on detrimental effects than it does on whether or not it's residential, commercial.
Right,
But,
okay.
but your statement is fair that it was ineffective.
Okay, so I guess it goes back to what I was saying, in my opinion, Mr. Park, that it would need to take that buffering from the entire east side of your property line, would need to have a buffering. I don't believe a chain link fence would do. If you want to replace your vinyl fence, I would say a masonry wall is what we would need to go with. The other thing I wanted to discuss is just, when you had that event happen, that was not the first time. That happened also last September. We have pictures of that as well. I do. It wasn't quite nearly on the scale that it was this past time, but it has happened where have had visitors and patronage, pulling out into other residential streets. And then you had it happen again just a few days after your meeting with the Planning Commission, where they were again out on South Weaver Drive. So it's definitely happening quite often. It's not a rare occurrence. But on that day when it was so many people, one thing that I would like to see addressed in the CUP is their fire lane that surrounds your building. It had quite a bit of weeds, and I think that needs to be addressed, that the weeds need to be kept very low, if minimal, if not at all. So, and then my final thing that I just want to make sure that we discuss was brought up in the Planning Commission meeting, and I think it's in Jamie's letter, but about enforcement and a citation if what happens again, where there is too many cars, there is too many people, whatever, what the process is for that citation and what we need to put in place. So Chris is aware, Mr. Park is aware, city is aware, everybody is aware of what happens in that situation. I think that's it, but I'll probably try back in a little bit too.
While we were on that, Haley, and I don't even know where to begin. To be honest with you, I have so many things. And I'm not saying I deal with this more than anybody, because I know the neighbors deal with it more than anybody, but I'm one of your neighbors. And I'm glad Dave put it in the summary with the, 4 or 5 specific items. And I think, Kelly, you're going to want to respond to these, so you're welcome to come up anytime you want. But when it really, this whole thing hit home, and I've said the story, but I want to say it on record. I'm standing in Trevor's backyard, and he says, picture your 12-year-old daughter with a ball coming over. She's playing in the pool. Ball comes over, and some strange man climbs that fence to get a ball. Kelly, how would you feel if that was your daughter?
Not good.
So what do you do to stop it? I want your opinion, and I want you to tell me what you're going to do to stop it. Not a sign. What's going to stop it?
I don't know.
Well, I that's where I'm sitting. I don't know either, but it's your problem, not mine. Tell me how it's going to get stopped.
I mean, all we can do is build a fence and put signs on it. I don't know what beyond that. I mean,
That's not all you can do.
I'm open to any suggestions. We don't want issues. We don't, I mean, I'm open to listening.
So, I mean, on his specific residence, and I mean, if it was 10 houses down there, I'd be saying the same thing. But that's when those people are your problem. They're your guests. Okay, so obviously in hindsight, the vinyl fence is no good. So the whole reason we can open a CUP is because we are seeing detriments that couldn't be foreseen. And it's a nuisance to the surrounding area. That's why we can open the CUP legally. And so we can correct those. And I know you're sitting there going, "Oh, what's going on? What do I gotta do?" But put yourself in our shoes too. If that was in your backyard and that's happening, what do you do? Because I really thought he was just complaining about noise and whistles until I sat in that situation, and that's what happened.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, but.
So, well, it's his backyard.
Well, of course.
There's a pool back there. His kids are there. They're little kids. And you got strangers coming over the fence. Should he have to supervise them to be in their backyard?
No, absolutely.
Okay, so what do we do to mitigate it?
I mean, we could put up a net, I guess, that would go higher than the fence by his yard. So, I mean, obviously, I can't promise you nothing's ever going to fly 1,000 feet both in the air over. I mean, we'll do what we can do to. I mean, if a 15-foot hedge will help that, I'm all for it.
Well, until the hedge grows up, I think you move the soccer field far enough to the west that no strong-legged girl or boy can kick the ball over that fence. And you do that until you get the trees and stuff. I mean, you put a net there, it might stop the balls, but that's unsightly for the people who have to look at this 20-foot high netting. My personal, sorry, Wayne. I just say move the field, get further away until you develop the vegetation. That's probably your least costly alternative.
I'm there roughly 4 evenings a week, and half the Saturdays, I've seen one soccer ball over that fence in all the time I've been there, and I'm not exaggerating. I've seen one in 3 years. It was in a game. It got deflected in the way. We're 50 yards from that fence. Our
50
field's
yards? 50 feet.
Sorry, 50 feet.
You're 50 feet.
50 feet.
Because I walked it off.
50 feet from the fence. I mean, it doesn't happen very often.
I'm not really interested in turning this into a he said, she said battle. I think that we need to work with what we have.
No, and I'm just.
We have concerns that have been addressed that we need to mitigate.
I think the message we're hearing is once is too often. Well, and I agree. So to me, I mean, a net has to be maintained, and net has to be, I mean, is it just gonna become this unsightly thing and we're adding more bad things? I don't know the answer. I've gone back and forth with this question for months, and I don't know that I have the answer. To me, a tall masonry wall is the only thing that actually impedes the noise. It deals with people coming over the top of it. It deals more with the balls because it's higher. I mean, I really don't, and that would be all the way along that property that you're adjoined to. And I'm just, I mean, I don't know what else to do. You could move that. I mean, to me, that's, you were approved for 2 fields and 2 fields 50 feet away. You know, that it's very specific. I have gone back and I have listened to everything that's on audio, and I've read everything that's on not audio. And it's very clear to me, and I hadn't gone down the road that Wayne was going down with parking, but I do like that. But it's very clear to me because it was stated by yourself that you went back to the city manager and the mayor at the time, and we're not agreeable to the times and the days and all that stuff. But the city manager at the time actually wrote a letter saying you weren't approved for league play. There was 2 fields, no league play, and practice inside the facility from an email from the city manager at the time, which that is after the time that we supposedly told the city manager that you were not amenable to the time or the days of play, the time restriction. So, because that was the discussion a week and a half ago, or it was a week ago with Planning Commission, that you would not accept that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Kelly, do you mind just stepping up closer to the mic? Sorry.
So I guess my personal opinion is it needs to be more, the fence along, especially with the home on it, the property next to you with the home on it, needs to be something more significant. The vinyl fence isn't holding up. It needs to be taller. And whether that goes all the way down the property, that's a discussion that we need to have. The hedge isn't going to do any good for 5 years unless you're going to go really plant a significant hedge.
I'm not a hedge expert.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you go buy a 15-foot tall hedge.
I don't-
I mean, unless maybe someone else is a landscape expert, but it isn't going to do any good for 5-6 years. So to me, it needs to be a more significant wall. That's the one issue on trespassing. The traffic patterns, you're not a stranger to soccer and sporting events. Anytime you ever have a sporting event in any other city with more than 100 people, you have to fill out a permit of some kind typically. We don't have that process in our little city, but you still should be required to meet health codes. You got to have EMTs on site. I've never seen EMTs on site for any of your functions.
We have athletic trainers at any of the games, but
EMT is required at anything on the health code when you get above 100 people on
100
site.
players.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, you fill out plenty. It's in LaRocca's website, what you fill out on to all the other cities in Layton. And I went and looked. I should have printed it out, but I didn't. You're required to have EMT. You're required to have people parking your contestants. You're required to have signage of where they're supposed to park and where they're supposed to go. None of that's ever been done for any of your events.
We don't typically have over 100 players there. I mean, it's only happened a couple of times.
100 people on site.
People.
I mean, you went over 100 cars 2 days after your planning commission where you said you didn't need more than 100 cars. You had them parked on Raymond Drive. You had them parked on South Weaver Drive. You had them parked in your fire lane just this last couple days.
I wasn't aware of that.
I believe
Last Saturday when Chris, I didn't know they were all over the parking. He told me there was some in the fire lane, and I told him to get them out of there.
but I had calls.
They were on
They
South Weaver
on South
Drive.
Weaver Drive. There was a couple on Raymond Drive. There was a couple on Raymond Drive Sunday walking through. So, I mean, I'm just saying that it is definitely something happening or we wouldn't be standing here.
Sure.
Because there's no reason to. So I think you should be required to have someone on site anytime you have more than that to direct traffic. Signage, I think, yes, you should be allowed to put signage, how to get to your facility, but that should be on you. The city's happy to, I'm sure, give you somewhere to put those signs, but those signs should be your responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
It should be
Absolutely.
the citizens to pay for those signs.
No, absolutely. I think we should.
Okay. The hours of operation, I don't, the people who are here and have spoke, I don't think the hours of operation affect these people as much as the people that are across the street from that facility
To the south.
to the south. So as they come out of that parking lot, if we, at 11 o'clock and you still have, 80, 90 people in there, how do you want, again, those headlights going in and out of your driveway? Because there's 3 homes straight across the street. And that has been something that's been brought to me. I'm sure it's been brought to others. That's one of the reasons why you're limited to that hours of operation. And I went back and read the minutes from that meeting and listened as best I could. And you did agree just before Kent Heyer made that motion that was your hours of operation and the days of, I listened to it right out of your mouth.
Again, I was talking with Merv Taylor about, well, what's your plan? I mean, I didn't have a set plan of anything when I showed up here that night. So he was asking me, well, what's this? Are you gonna
The
have games?
typical operation of the facility, as I've been down there and talked to the lady down there, you've typically been trying to be done at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
And you haven't been running on Sundays. So there's been a reason for that. Otherwise, indoor facilities across the country run till midnight, 1, 2 o'clock when they're not in a residential neighborhood.
Well, because they're not primarily training, they're games. And we have kids in there. We're not running night men's leagues or.
But I'm more leaning towards staying with the 6 to 10 PM, because I believe that is what was agreed to. That's what the motion was on city council. And that's what you've been trying to do so far. And I don't think the neighbors have a problem with understanding that, yes, it takes a little while to get out of the facility, but the minute we give you another half hour, you stretch games all the way to that half hour, and it just keeps going another half hour for them to leave until it's 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. If we go to 11, they're not out of that parking lot till 11:30, or games went to overtime and you didn't get out of there till 11:30 or 12. That's what's putting it on over there. It goes typically till 10 and then meanders around till 10:30. And I've watched it.
Yeah.
So to me, it needs to be 6 AM to 10 PM.
7 days a week or 6? I don't understand why a day would be left out.
Because that's what you agreed to. I haven't heard anybody's opinion on the 7 days a week. I don't know that I can force my own beliefs, whether you should be open 7 days a week, 6 days a week, whatever. But I'm kind of open to hear some opinions of the Sunday thing. But I guess I need to know, I guess before we can ever make a motion tonight, I need to know where you stand on how to mitigate. Because that's been the biggest, we can talk about the traffic and we can do all that. But yeah, the buffer yard didn't work. It's an unforeseen thing. We got to mitigate what that's doing to those surrounding neighborhoods. So how do we do it? What's your opinion?
I think we plant better stuff along where his property line is to his house, and I put that 6-foot fence all the way along so people can't just go right over the side of the look, it's a little.
I just don't see that planning anything is going to do it, anything.
I would agree.
You're not going to be able to, I don't think planning anything is, that's one of the reasons why the code was changed to a masonry wall. So if we want to go truly to the code change, which you suggested, it's a masonry wall, the whole length of that property.
Blair, well, let him plant it, but he can't use the outside fields until those plantings reach 15 feet tall in length. That could be the other option, let him grow. And I think he's going to realize he's going to want to use those fields sooner than that.
But that's where I don't know how to make a motion on the CUP until we determine. I think we can come up with hours. I think we can come up with days.
Yep.
We can come up with hours or parking and that kind of stuff. But how do we come up with the buffer?
And I guess every city park that's next to a house has balls that fly over the fence. I just came from our Fremont game that had 4 balls fly over the fence into the neighbor's field or into the neighbor's backyard. By the time we were done with the game, he had thrown them back over the fence. There was no issue. Nobody goes over that fence because we know we get them back. We don't get them back here. So people want to go get their $150 soccer balls. If I knew they were coming back, it wouldn't be an issue.
Whether they receive their ball back or not, I don't think is the issue that we're discussing tonight.
No, I agree. But I'm just saying it happens at every city park, at every high school, at every.
Part of it is this isn't a city park. And this house was there before you were there.
And I don't know that I would agree that it does happen at every city park. There are places where if balls go over the fence in certain city parks, that property owner isn't happy and you're not getting it back. So.
No, I'm just saying balls go over the fence at every city park, every high school, every.
And you may not get them back.
I agree.
Again, that's why I'm asking you, because the dilemma's been there.
Well, I will pipe up as someone who lives right next to a commercial property. The masonry fence has been a fantastic buffer for us. In Trevor's situation, I would think it would need to be taller than a 6-foot masonry fence just for the balls. But I would agree with Blair, it would need to go that whole length because really, if he has a 6-foot, if you do a 6-foot chain link fence, people will climb that too. I don't see any way. If someone's willing to hop a fence right now, whether it's vinyl or not, they're going to hop a chain link way easier. So it needs to be higher, and I think it really should be the masonry wall because it really helps just create that barrier. That's my opinion.
So And maybe, and I know things, I know the legal side of it, Kelly, and I know things need to be within reason. So I guess and Brandon, I don't know if you know, how much more expensive is the composite masonry versus the chain link fence? Do you have any idea? And I'm putting you on the spot, I'm sorry, I should have forewarned you.
No, that's okay.
But that's, I mean, I think that's something that would hold up better.
You're talking about like a 10-foot tall precast concrete.
Precast, or, you know, like what we have out on 84. I mean, that is still, it's a precast concrete, but it still fits together in pieces. I know it's not a ton more. It's not like a sound wall type expense. And
Yeah, I would think though that probably to mitigate what you're talking about, you probably need to be at 8 feet in height. That's just my opinion. It would be difficult to climb an 8-foot fence. I think taller people could still maybe grab hold of the top of a 6-foot. So, but 8 would be very difficult to climb. Now, I don't know if 8 feet seems too high for Trevor. I'm not sure if he would be opposed to a taller barrier, but that seems to me like that would mitigate quite nicely anybody climbing that fence. I just don't think it's very likely that anybody could do that. I don't know that it being masonry, it makes it different.
I just look at it as the wear and tear. I mean, regardless of how the wear and tear all happened, I mean, it's not holding up to what it is. It hasn't been there very long, and it was hammered. I know you've had to fix it recently, and the wind hammered it, but it was hammered before that too. So,
Do those prefab masonry fences hold up really well?
I don't know.
They have a foam core in the center of them. So my guess would be balls and things like that. Maybe not soccer balls. Soccer balls might hold up better, but other balls or whatever thrown against it probably could still go through it. It's made mostly to look like masonry, but in order for it to perform like masonry, it would have to be the solid.
Well, they may not make one 10 feet tall. I don't know.
I'm not saying 10. I'm saying 8.
8. I'm sorry. I was thinking.
Blair was thinking 10.
No, I just.
I'm thinking more 10 where the actual residence is versus, I mean, and going lower than that along the rest of it. But
if you're just trying to keep people from climbing the fence, it seems to me like some chain link is easily climbed. So I agree with Angie that probably doesn't work very well for climbing. Vinyl, an 8-foot vinyl fence would actually be very difficult to climb, I would think, but I'm not sure how sturdy it is. But I do know that if you want an example of one, the Dominion Pump House gas main line over off of, at the east end of Canyon, they have an 8-foot masonry wall around that. So if you wanted to see what that looks and feels like, there's an example. I didn't answer your question because I don't know about the cost.
The other option would be to just raise that level up, because it's quite a big difference between Trevor's Yard and the soccer complex in height. If you want to build up the ground there, if you keep it 6 feet, but you raise your ground another 2 feet, it's 8 feet. Just a thought.
And I personally don't, I mean, I know everybody has their own opinion, but I don't see that the hedge does much up against the length of the building, because it has to move over against the building, and it does nothing for a buffer other than it's going to be something that probably becomes unsightly, because that's one of my other issues is the front of that building needs to be taken care of.
Well, so our issue there is we don't own out to the road in front of our building.
Oh, you don't?
No. So the neighbor owns that, and then a piece across 650 or whatever that.
I know,
road
I
is.
know, I know.
And I agree, I would love for that to be cleaned up. I would love the city to address that. Because it looks terrible.
Noted. Okay. I think everybody around thinks it's yours.
I'm sure they do.
So-
Ours, you can see ours is clear where ours is, and then it's all full.
Yeah, it's right there. So
Yeah.
that makes more sense why the fire lane needs to be what the fire lane is as well. There needs to be something posted more significant so that people cannot park east of that, what I'm gonna call it, the southwest corner of your building.
So.
I don't have a pointer, so right, that's your southwest. So basically, you have people parking in those weeds and those all the time, and that's truly your fire lane and the turnout to get a fire truck down that lane.
Well, the fire lane goes right up around the building.
Yeah, exactly, but a fire engine can't make that 90-degree turn.
It had to be wide enough so that it could.
So the main problem with that is, in order for those people to be able to park there, they still have to access your fire lane to be able to get to that point. And that's what can't be allowed.
Yeah.
And the other thing I didn't mention, I was gonna put a 4-foot fence all along that fire lane, up hooking into the fence that goes to South Weaver Drive, so that that piece can't be used at all.
This
And then-
piece? You mean this?
Yeah, can I walk over there?
Yeah.
So my plan was to put, the vinyl fence goes to here. I wanted to put a 6-foot all the way to our property line, all the way to all of here and all the way down. And then a 4-foot one that come here and hooked into the fence where we'd have to bring it in on the driveway. So it won't be an issue. Because then nobody can be in the fire lanes at all. If we put barricades on the fire lanes, just 2 barricades, people don't move them. Before, we were able to put a chain across it, and we didn't have issues on the fire lane at all.
And right now, the vinyl fence only goes to the dirt, right
Yeah,
there.
Right there.
Correct?
Yep. Correct. So they just go around the vinyl fence and hop that little tiny fence that's there.
Yeah, I watched.
I guess I could put, what is it, Constantine wire on the top of a chain link fence.
We don't want it to be a prison either, but.
Yeah.
And Blair, if I may add, basically, Mr. Burke, what we're trying to say and identify are the expectations. We don't want to put the details in because it may not be the best all around. So we need you to come back with things that you can mitigate. I know, and I agree with you at the very beginning, there's some things you can't control. This has enforcement issues with it, which you can't control. And in those areas, we need to try to do prevention. So I agree with you. We need to put some permanent signs out on South Weaver Drive no parking, on Raymond Drive no parking, things like that would help mitigate some of that. But the areas that you can do something, then we need you to listen to all these different ideas and come back with something that would meet those requirements that we need to have. Because if we dictate to you, we need an 8-foot, concrete wall, and balls still go over and people, throw a ladder, grab a chair and jump the fence, that's our choice. We need you to come up with some way to reduce, if not eliminate.
I guess, and I kind of feel like that's what we did with the 6-foot fence. That's why we put up that there.
And
And
apparently,
now I
it's
feel
not-
like if we do an 8-foot fence, then am I back in 2 years for a 20-foot fence or?
and that's why I think where the planning commission said if you had a 15-foot tall minimum hedge, there's no balls going over, but it's gonna take a while to get to that.
Yeah.
So just, and I'll add a few things while I'm here, talking now. I agree with, a lot that's been said already, in the different areas. I know you would like an expansion of, your hours, you would like expansion of parking, you'd like a lot of different things. And I just felt like until you put forth good faith and show us, we've had so many issues that were unforeseen by many, but until I see something that is positive to address these issues, I'm real hesitant to expand your opportunities. I don't know if that makes sense.
Sure.
The other concerns that I have is the traffic. and the parking. And those are some things, I know I struggle with some of the things that are written currently in the CUP, to only turn right out of your property. I don't know that that's really going to do anything. Somebody's going to drive down the road, flip a U-turn in a dangerous place and come back anyway, and so we need to do something that is more permanent to resolve that issue. And the concern that I keep hearing over and over is, people driving through Old Maple Road and 6650 and those areas. As was mentioned, the Google Maps takes you right down those roads. MapQuest, interesting enough, takes you to South Weir Drive, but doesn't take them to your facility. It stops, south of 6650, but that's a side issue. But I agree with some of the comments that have been made from our citizens. If we closed off the end of 6650, so people can't go through there, and then you tie 6650 into, the Old Maple Road, that's one option. Others have suggested speed bumps and things like that. Those are things we have to address. You can't. But from a city standpoint, we need to look at those because we're going to have this issue. We're going to have people driving through that aren't going to pay attention to anything you put on your website.
Sure.
And so we need to do something that's going to mitigate that. And if we can block off 6650 one way or another, then that at least addresses that side of it. But that's kind of where I stand, is I just hesitate to expand your abilities until we get under control the concerns we currently have.
Thank you, Quinn. Can we go through these issues one by one and see if we have a resolution for it? So that first one, most probably. Let's okay. Noise is another one that's difficult to change, but does the council have any ideas to mitigate the noise? Or Kelly?
I mean, to me, that's one of the things that a taller masonry wall does. I know.
Well, the taller hedges.
And so does a hedge. I mean, there's no question. I mean, a hedge probably buffers it better once it's at 15 feet than a solid hedge, but that's, again, years down the road.
Requiring events to have a permit of sort would help control noise to a degree.
Yeah, we need to make sure we have a process for the permitting in our city.
And hours?
Hours helps control
Hours,
noise.
for sure.
I like Council Member Windsor's comment of doing indoor hours versus outdoor hours. I don't know if that's something the rest of the council would like to entertain.
Should outdoor hours change to 8 o'clock?
I liked Wayne's 30 minutes before sunset kind of clause. That way you're able to go a little later in the summer and earlier as the weather changes or the time changes, whatever.
That's what a lot of your city ordinances say.
But I did qualify that statement. This says no later than 9 p.m.
Yes, thank you.
It said 30 minutes after sunup and 30 minutes after sundown, but no earlier than 7 a.m. and no later than 9 p.m. So I just think of the quality of life of the people outside in the whistles. Yeah, you're inside a building, so I can understand going a little bit later, but outside, I think we need to stop it at 9.
I think that would make it better for those, especially with young children, that they're trying to get their kids to bed. It would be really difficult to have consistent quality of life, as Wayne says, if it's loud and late, always.
Okay, is that a reasonable suggestion? we going above and beyond what is reasonable? Jamie, maybe?
I thought it was reasonable. Are you questioning me?
No, I'm asking our staff over there.
There probably ought to be some dialogue between the council and the property owner, but I think we're now honing in on the types of mitigations that are directly related to the detrimental impacts to neighbors and to traffic and other things. And so I think you're going in the right direction.
Okay. Then Kelly, as far as hours of operation, would you like to comment on?
Yeah, like, as I said before, I mean, that building's so well insulated, you can't hear anything outside of it. So I guess for the indoor facility, you're just worried about cars coming and going for the most part. Outdoor, I mean, we're not there past 9 o'clock at night anyway.
Done.
So do you have you don't have a problem after 9 o'clock?
I mean, I don't know why I couldn't go till dark, but
Sometimes dark
there's no
in the,
lights, we weren't allowed to put in lights.
sometimes dark in the summer is 10:30, 10:15. And so that's too late for me. I've actually had a son who's played night games and they've played that late. And that just, no, I'm not going to go there. So that's why I'm limited to 9. And if it's not a problem now, then it's not going to be a problem in the future.
So outdoor hours, 6 to 9, indoor hours,
No, outdoor hours 7 to 9.
outdoor 7 to 9.
Yeah, indoor 6 to 10. Even though the recommendation of the planning commission was 10:30, I think we say 10. And the expectation is lights out, we're done, everything's closed up.
Monday through Saturday or Sunday?
It's been Monday through Saturday operational since. Why the expansion?
So Kelly, you made a comment in the planning commission that only happens when you have out of town
So
people
we
in.
have, like, the MLS clubs come in and play basically our ECNL teams now, but it was the development academy for the US soccer. When they travel, like for instance, LA Galaxy and San Jose Earthquakes will travel together. They come to a city, they play a game on Saturday, and then they play a game on Sunday. We've been doing that from the get-go, I believe.
That's when we've been told, yeah, but it hasn't been every Sunday.
No, that only happens probably 4 or 5 times don't hold me to the exact numbers, but 4 or 5 times in the spring, 4 or 5 times in the fall. And then we travel to them, same situation.
Are they indoor or outdoor?
Outdoor. Yeah. But I feel I should be able to use the facility on Sunday if we want to. I could see no reason why not to.
I don't have a problem. It's not impacting the quality of life with vehicles and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I agree. As long as, your hours of operations are in check and parking and everything, I don't see that being something we need to restrict.
So 7 days a week.
And that's for indoor and outdoor, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to prohibit Sunday play personally. Our parks are open as well on Sundays.
there you have it.
Okay, the hours of operation should help mitigate the car headlights shining into the neighbors' homes. So,
Mayor,
yes,
I know that the planning commission also addressed New Year's Eve as a recommendation. Do you want to address that as well?
that's right.
Do we want to actually just look at their actual CUP and just line by line down theirs?
As long as we address our issues.
And then, add to it or amend whatever the council wants.
So can I have one more thing to that too?
That's on page 19.
We do that on New Year's Eve for the little kids. We've also made the facility available for like kids after dances. And I didn't think about this when we were talking to the planning commission. But the only other time that we've been there late ever is after those dances. We let kids come there and hang out for an hour or two so that they're not somewhere else. They have to be kids at the club, and so we have had kids there later on some nights after certain events.
Would it be a big deal if we have to do that as requested?
No, not at all.
That would be a special event.
requested special events, and New Year's could be one of those. I don't have a problem with that. New Year's,
I don't
I'd
either.
rather kids go somewhere. I
Yeah.
mean, I get that.
Yeah.
But as long as it's inside.
Yes.
Okay.
So request for special events, is that how we want to look at?
I think we need to have a clause somewhere that talks about special events and the requirement of coming before the council for, a recommendation approval or
Just need to go to staff.
or
Staff.
staff, or somehow they need at least 2 weeks notice as to what's going on. And
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right,
Right now.
so if we go through the CUP, buffer yard C requirements met.
Wait. Do we want to go through the revised one on page 19? Or do we want to go on the original one?
I was trying to figure out why is one longer than the other, because they were both made on the same day.
No, one is a draft based on the planning commission's recommendation,
Current recommendation.
the current recommendation. Are you wanting to look at the old one, or do you want to look at? the
No, I'm
stuff the
looking
planning
at the
commission
minutes from, on page 19. It has
She wants to see the current.
CUP.
said? Right, because in the planning commission minutes, it simply says all requirements from the first one.
Oh, okay.
And so we listed those out so that on the new permit, you will see every item.
Okay,
That's
gotcha.
done.
Okay.
The recommendation was to have a standalone CUP this time rather than continuation CUPs.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, great.
Okay, so the buffer yard C requirements met. You want to go through these line by line?
I think so. We need to.
Okay, so let's talk about that one first.
Some of that is construction related.
On buffer yard?
Well, on that CUP it was. That's why they satisfied the engineer's review day, the
Yeah.
buffer yard C,
I
because
think
it hadn't
that's
been planted yet. All of that stuff hadn't been done yet. So that's why it's in that conditional use.
Wondering if the 19 is the one we need to look at.
Well, it was brought up in planning commission and someone made the recommendation to take some of those out, but the motion was to leave them in. And I don't know why.
So those requirements have been met as far, and the satisfy engineers has
We're gonna
been,
talk about a whole different buffer.
yeah. This, I don't know.
I mean, but do we want to amend buffer number 1? Like, do we want to just do it that way? Amend number 1, 2 has been satisfied, 3 has been satisfied, and just move down that way?
The other way you could look at this is based on the issues you're trying to mitigate, right? That first list of the 5 issues, and then you essentially come up with your own list of conditions. We can compare it to this one, but those are the 2 ways to look at it. Either you're looking at the detrimental impacts and putting conditions you feel address those, and then compare at the end whether or not we satisfied all of these things, or you go one by one and say, do we want to change it? Personally, I'd recommend the first one, where you look at the 5 issues, and maybe there's additional detrimental impacts we need to address, but then you can say, what are the conditions that satisfy that detrimental impact?
I agree with that. I think we need to look at the detrimental effects.
And that's what we were looking at previously.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 4 of the packet.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's address this, parking on the streets and in the neighborhoods. How do we mitigate that issue?
So that would be the no parking signs on South Weaver Drive.
So do we need to specify, I mean, again, we're trying to be very clear, so this isn't questioned later on what's required, how many? And maybe we need Chris to
The
help us.
distance?
And how far from the facility?
And where these should go. I mean, again, it delays this meeting, and I apologize to people after this, but it's something we need very specific. Sorry.
Yes, Chris, come up here.
Speaking to the mic.
We've got about, for the whole, including okay, so we've got the parking lot and then the overflow, right? I went through and I counted, and there's about 112 parking areas there.
Correction, there's supposed to be 64 paved, 44 unpaved.
Okay.
So there's 108.
No, you're good. So with that being said, if you're gonna make any limits on vehicles, okay? So if you just wanted to do the idea of the, on the paved parking lot, so be it, whatever you want to do with that. But we have a huge parking lot to the east of our city. It's called the Park and Ride. I know that the Farmington Soccer Complex uses a shuttle system because they have a remote parking lot somewhere else in their city. And the company is required to make a shuttle from that point to the soccer complex in Farmington. I'm just saying it's an option. And as I was looking at it on the day that the large event, we had a nearly empty park and ride up there. That's a public parking site, park and ride. Anybody can use it at any time. It's not that hard to do a shuttle system. Yes, it's going all the time, but I mean, it might not be COVID compliant, but there it is. Now I'm gonna spray this off again.
So to Blair's point, I think I would make the recommendation that to control traffic patterns and to and from the cities, we have to mitigate demand. And by mitigating demand, we limit it to 64 parking stalls on the asphalt. The overflow could be considered as part of your special events, and that's limited to the additional 44. That would be what I would recommend.
Then where did all the other ones go?
That's up to them. They need to reduce their demand, so there's not other ones that need to go someplace else. They can choose to park in the park and ride, and they can choose to do shuttles. What I'm saying is I'm not entertaining increasing the demand that they have more than 64 cars. They need to look at the demand and mitigate their demand so that they don't have more than 64 cars. That means that they need to reduce the number of practice teams. You reduce the number of practice teams.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes, you may.
Why were we given the overflow parking and 108 cars to begin with? If that's what, I mean, that's gonna have a severe impact on our ability.
But if you're utilizing that like you've been utilizing it currently, it would have been required to be paved and striped.
Thank you.
And it's not paved and striped. If it was set up for 64 parking stalls with a bit of overflow.
44 overflow.
Yeah, but you did that long after the facility was open. You put road, it wasn't even road base. It was just mowed weeds at one time. Then you put road base down.
We did that when we built the facility.
Then it was still weeds. But I mean, okay, I won't argue that, but it's overflow.
I mean,
It's not, but you're using it right now every weekend. That's not overflow. That's everyday use. And again, that's if they would have, just like I went back to the original email in 2017, it was looked at for 64 spots with overflow. But you're using that as permanent now. It would have needed to be paved, striped, fire access, the whole deal.
Drainage.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been, it's a whole different circumstance if you're going to consider that every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever days.
I mean, if we're going to go down that path, Kelly, you were only approved to have 2 outdoor fields. I went by there on Saturday and you've got a bunch of smaller fields on top of those 2 larger fields. So in that aspect, you're in violation of what you agreed to.
We have 2 full-size buildings.
Though now you're qualifying full-size fields. That's not what it says. It says 2 fields.
It is
I count
2 outdoor fields.
I'm counting 8 smaller fields plus your 2 full-size fields. So you've exceeded, or Roca has exceeded what you said. I promise you, I'm driving by and I'm seeing little kids running around those small fields, and there's more than 2 soccer fields. There's more than 2 sets of nets on those fields. You're in excess of 2 outdoor fields. I don't care if they're half size, 3/4 size, or full size. The intent was 2 full-size fields. You got more than 2 full-size fields in operation on the weekend. So if we're talking about, that's what we're not talking about. We need to talk about everything. And we can start reducing how much they're using those outdoor fields to just 2 outdoor fields. But I'm not going there. I'm just talking about we need to control the demand, because what you're doing through your client is you're impacting the quality of life with the traffic. And we're not going to get that under control until you start reducing the amount of people out there. And that's the message I'm trying to get through to you.
So you don't want us to use anything but those two outdoor fields?
I'm saying you need to manage your demand to 64 cars. If you want to have those smaller fields, I'm not opposed to that, even though that's outside of what we originally agreed to 2 outside fields. But if you want to go there and talk about the additional parking, then I'm going to go to the fields and limit you to 2 fields. And that's going to affect how you're going to operate. So this is a yin and yang. You need to work with us on this.
Well, we can't use the 2 outdoor fields and the indoor facility with 64 parking. It's not possible.
It's possible, you just don't want to do it.
It's not economically
So
possible for the
then,
business to run.
then why was it not paid? So if you even lay the numbers out for your 2 outdoor fields, I believe that if I heard the Commissioner Osborne correctly, just the numbers for the 2 outdoor fields to have 2 teams and cars exceeds the 64. It goes to the 100. So even to allow, I mean, we'll have to have another discussion, I guess, with our other code or whatever we want to look at when we looked at normal parking. Just to run the 2 outdoor fields, you're at 100.
Yeah.
And that's the number that Commissioner Osborne came up with, just when you look at the 30, 30, 30, 30. Well, they all come in a car, they're all separate. We're exceeding that already when you put 2 full teams on 2 fields. So
That's why we did the.
and that is why they went to 100, because that's what it takes to get 2 fields operational. And I think that's what.
So the question comes down to this council is if we're willing to accommodate their use of 2 outside fields simultaneously, that's demand, that's driving the 100 cars. And I'm countering that and says they need to control their demand to match what they have there. And if we want to say they can use the overflow parking, then that overflow parking needs to be asphalted and made permanent parking. And there's your 100 stalls. And then they need to control their demand to match what the facility carrying capacity. Yes, it could do a lot more than 100 cars. We've seen that. And we've seen the impacts of that to the community. So we're trying to find that balance. And until you get good faith effort as to getting your clientele under control and respect this city, respect the people who live here day to day, I'm going to be a little heavy handed before I'm more willing to let you have higher demands. So yeah, you want to use 2 outside fields? I guess you're not going to be able to use the inside field because there's not enough parking. But if you want to use the inside in one field, you're going to be limited to 100 cars. I'm starting with 64, but I'm hearing some argument to go 100, and I might go to 100.
When I came into the meeting, I was saying 100, but it needed to be paved.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's truly how it was operating, that was the intent. And this, I've gone back again, you read the minutes and it says 2 outdoor fields with the indoor use. Well, if it needs 100 to accommodate that, the city did agree to 2 outdoor fields.
Fine.
And so that's where we're going to have that issue. I would prefer to see 64 there. I feel like we're obligated to 100, but 100, we far exceed 100 many, many times. And so what happens when we exceed 100? Where do you go with your cars? Because 100 won't leave. I mean, they'll never, they have 100, so they would always be on the west and the north side.
Right. And I've told Heidi, as of Saturday when I talked to Chris, they have to change. They cannot schedule games because she's trying to stagger games on those 2 fields. So everyone shows up.
30, 40
You
minutes.
have your cars there for those 2 games, and then the next game is supposed to start right when that game's over.
Can't do it.
You can't do it.
Yeah.
And she realizes that now. So she does have, she's moving games as she can now because she made that mistake. That's our problem. And so you have too many, and then you had, like Saturday, we had 3 or 4 cars, I was told, on South Weaver Drive. By the time I got there were 20 open parking spots because the other people had left. So you can handle two fields worth of people, but you have to give a half hour in between games. And she wasn't.
I think that we need to add into here, and Kelly, you can type in, but I think someone needs to be there directing that.
And I told her that as well.
Every normal, that needs to be part of our requirements, that you have a staff member that's there. I mean, the city has spent countless hours over there.
Too many.
And several of us not getting paid to be over there.
I agree. Yeah, that was the other thing I told her. And as I said before, I wrote into their lease agreement and they agreed to it that anything beyond normal practices and games, I have to know about it ahead of time, so that if you guys are gonna do the 2 weeks, to have any special events, I'm happy to have that. I don't wanna have issues. I don't wanna have a 500 car show up over there. We can't handle it. It's not good for anyone.
Let me just go down an option. If you do have, like, it's currently scheduled and they overlap, are you willing to pave to make the appropriate number of stalls to manage that demand?
Yeah, I would love to pay that part.
And would we be against that?
No, I
That
think we
would
require
increase the traffic issues, so we'd have to mitigate that. Yeah. But that's what we're saying. We would either need to have more permanent parking stalls for the current number that you're utilizing or cut back somewhere.
You know what? I'm so sick of the kids doing donuts over there every Sunday in my parking lot and tearing up all the trucks. I would love to pay that.
So is that what we're?
Yeah.
That will be.
Are you okay with that, Wayne?
I'm okay with paving, and we're saying 100 stalls, no overflow. And
Well,
the next,
yeah, that, you're paving your.
you're paving your overflow, so you're limited to 100. And any violation of parking that bleeds out into neighborhood streets, we need to talk about the penalty. I think that needs to be part of the conditional use permit. That's $1,000 an event, and then you can just pass that on to your clientele until they get the message that they're over demand, they're overutilizing it.
And I would appreciate if they got tickets for individual cars. If it's all posted and it's all.
And no, I'm not talking Davis County Sheriff's going out there. I'm talking, it's a violation of CUP. The CUP's with you.
That's fine.
You're gonna get a fine.
I would like them not to be out there as well.
I know. And so now you have a heavy hand to go back on them. I'm not trying to penalize you, Kelly. I'm trying to control or manage the expectations that we have, and your clientele doesn't seem to respect that. So we're gonna get their respect.
I very much appreciate that.
Okay.
So if we pave overflow, that's a total of 108 stalls, is that correct?
No, there's currently 108. I'm just saying you pave it for 100, it's at 100. There's no more than
The planning
100.
commission said it at 100.
Yeah.
When you lay out that gravel, I mean, we did it with the fire department. You're gonna be pressed to get more than just 40 over there anyway.
Yeah.
With their turning radius that they require.
So 100 is what we.
100 is what the planning commission said, I think.
I would support that then.
Just
But you
a
understand,
question.
sorry, I just want to qualify. You understand why we're limited to 100. And it has to do with the demand on site and the traffic and the implications it's causing. Okay, we're not trying to be penalized, we're just trying to control that.
I just had a question on your scheduling, those games. Are they requiring teams to come early to warm up before the game? And is that being taken into consideration as
It
well?
was not, that's the problem.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're showing up a half hour before their game and the parking lot's full and
Okay.
they're going somewhere. So then the parking lot clears out and they're all parked wherever, so.
All right, we're 2 hours into our meeting, and we have a huge schedule to accomplish tonight. And so I'm thinking that we could be discussing this for at least another hour easily, that we need to probably table this, try to get some of these things worked out before we bring it up in our next meeting, so that we have a better idea of exactly what we want and what we're going to require. And so, how does the council feel about that?
I thought we were almost there. I think
thought
we
we were
always
really
had it
close,
knocked out.
too.
I think we just.
You feel like we are?
I
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid that if we table this, then we will lose our momentum and we'll have to go all through it again.
I think we've addressed most of it. I think we just need to come to the east fence, and then I think we have.
That's the big one.
Not in my mind.
Hey, I got a list too, Ange. I'll make sure that you're right.
Okay, if you think that we can tackle the east side,
I've got my energy drink. I'm ready for the long haul.
let's try it then.
As far as going to parking on streets and in neighborhoods, if we need to say how many no parking signs on 475, La Roca traffic this way, and then like Haley and I had a discussion at the intersection of 475 and South Loop Drive, La Roca traffic this way, to kind of direct people.
Can we, sorry,
And so no parking on 470, 6650 and South Weaver Drive
And Raymond.
and Raymond
And Keith.
Yeah.
and Kingston. Okay.
can we just put no La Roca traffic on Raymond, which would cover Kingston,
No La Roca traffic on 6650.
I think you need to be careful if you name the club name, because the club could change over time. This is
No
a
soccer
process.
traffic.
So I think you need to name the facility's name, soccer complex or elite training, whatever the Kelly's called it. I think we need to give staff direction that we need, direction signs along 475 in South Weaver to direct traffic, and we need no parking signs on certain streets, and let them figure out how often and how
So
many.
for this motion, can we just say signs need to be posted to be determined by staff? So that we
We've already
can,
no parking and direction, yes.
well, does
I
that
think
work?
that's- I think that would be sufficient.
Would you restate that one more time?
And the street names.
What we're restating is I think we need to give in the CUP staff direction to place signs or have signs procured by the owner that provide direction for the soccer complex and where we want to go, 475 out South River Drive, that we have no parking signs placed on Raymond, Kingsbury, Kingston, 6650 and South River Drive, and we let staff determine the spacing and locations.
So, Kelly, typically you would buy the signs, the city will install the signs. Is that correct, Dave?
We can do it that way.
And that way we know we're not hitting utilities and things.
Do we not allow concrete bases to those signs? I mean, you're just talking about posts
Yeah.
having
So just-
concrete. I mean, it seems
No,
like-
there's basically a sleeve in the ground, and
They
you put
slide them
a
in that
2x2 post inside that sleeve, and they're pinned down, just like a stop sign. That's what I'm envisioning. There's no concrete.
So it's not gonna be permanent, it just be put up every time.
Well,
they need it up?
even your stop signs and stuff aren't. That's the way they're done.
They're breakaway.
Yeah.
Permanent replaceable.
Okay,
And those are the direction, you're not talking about the no parking. The no parking needs to be similar to what's across the street from Highmark, right?
yes.
So we're gonna do the same thing there.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Do we need to do more though? On the 6650, even though you have signs, people are still gonna go through it. I don't know what the residents feel and, like the two road access or exit, but can we block off 6650?
No, I think you put in no through traffic, and you just encourage the use to go around, but human behavior is gonna take the shortcut.
I mean, as far as this motion goes, she's written down pretty well, like where we're talking about the signings, but how often, what the sign says can be determined by staff
Yeah.
and worked out with Kelly.
We're telling them what the
mean,
staff figure out the
We're not,
how.
we're gonna miss one here or add too many here and that getting into too many. I don't want
Detail.
Get out of the weeds.
to- Is that okay, Dave?
Yes.
Thank you.
Does that, is that all we need to talk about with traffic patterns then? And parking on streets?
Yes, with, I don't know if we need to notate that the directions should be updated on Google. I don't know if you can do that as part of a CUP, but that would help.
He could do it on his website. I mean, that just shows that he's giving forth his mitigation
I have
efforts.
no idea how to do that. I'm happy to try.
You can go to suggest and edit, and I don't know as the business owner if that will give you a little more leeway than just one of us
Doesn't
doing
Google
it.
pull from city
It says that this year
documentation
business.
for
and you
roads?
can contact them.
And we currently have 6650 as a dead end. So Google goes right through your dead end. So we need to figure
Well,
out.
there was a time when we changed that. I know the staff I believe Mac did. or Brandon did. We actually contacted Google and there's a way to do that. There's a process for that.
Okay, let's follow up on that. Get that done.
And yeah, we can say that.
Do
it
we
needs to be- I
does
think
that
it
need to
needs
be part of the CUP?
CUP, yes.
Do we want to update Google Maps and his
Well, I'm just
website?
saying-
I think I would note that
Yeah.
the purpose of the CUP is to note things that the property owner can control. You certainly can direct staff to reach out and contact Google and do things on that end.
I was referring to the property owner.
Yeah, for the property owner, I think things like noting it on the website, including it in event details, communicating it to patrons, those are all things that he could control and do and would be appropriate.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
All right. Is that all with traffic patterns then? And
I'm curious, do we leave the right turn only? I struggle.
I'm not a fan of that one.
No,
No, I
actually
say remove
think it's I like where it directs traffic. but I know what that traffic's gonna do. I actually think it
It's
causes
dangerous.
safety issues.
Yeah, it's gonna cause problems.
Remove it.
Okay, all right, now trespassing onto neighboring property.
So this is where I think that masonry wall and the hedge going the full length of that east border.
You need both.
Can you pull that up?
If we do an 8-foot masonry fence or 6 feet with a 2-foot berm, are those both options the council would consider? 6 feet on top of a 2-foot berm?
Well, the berm
I
would
think
move
we,
it inside,
Well, they're gonna jump up on the berm and jump over the fence.
yeah.
I think we leave it to the developers or the owners when he puts in there. If we say 8-foot high barrier,
And I don't know how to point out, you see where the black line is for the property, Kelly? And
to your right.
right to your, no, sorry, right, go right down, the going east and west, Dave. Who's leading that?
That's me.
I'm talking, no, other, there you go, that one. So,
There's so many black lines.
and you know where people sit and people are warming up and all that. It's actually more, I mean, currently the developed piece of property is more like there
To the shed.
to the, yeah, I mean, you obviously know what I'm talking about. I mean, even the goalpost is on this side of that current parcel line. And so I'm just, if we do that fence, say we do just the length of the developed residential area is that one lot, and we do the higher fence there and is it a lower masonry fence the rest of the way? But I think it has to extend to the north
To what's being used.
or to what's actually being used, or it does us no good. If we just come down that 40 feet or 50 feet, the scenario we talked about earlier, it's a waste. So it would, to me, need to come all the way down to that structure or to the corner of that there, whatever. I mean, I don't know and then, you know, you talked about chain link elsewhere and whatever else, but I think if we're dealing with a sound issue and a trespassing issue, that high wall has to go that whole piece of developed property.
Start there and go to the corner of where the fire lane and the property line is before you drop down. Bring your cursor back to the left, right there, oh, right there. Have your 8-foot height to that point and then drop it down from 6 to there all the way up to the southeast corner.
Are we okay with a chain link there? I'm okay with it personally, with chain link going down that.
I
Right there.
Because you're not gonna get balls over
I
there.
mean, it has to be within reason, and that's why I.
You know, I just saw, like, are you talking, point to where you're talking again, Dave? Just what east of the building?
Say that again, Haley.
Just
Where are you talking about the chain link? Is the east, just east
starting
of the
right there
building?
where the
There,
dirt
there.
is.
This thing.
Currently, that's just a barbed wire fence, correct?
field fence.
Is that right?
Is a chain link gonna prevent it from jumping the chain link?
That's what I'm worried about. I feel like people are still gonna just jump through there either because they're parking again. It's gonna cause problems, I think, but
I wouldn't take my kids over a 6-foot fence.
you're a chain link.
You're sort of climbing the ball.
I wouldn't take them.
Well, there should not be any parking over there. There should not be any balls flying over that portion of the fence, correct? Because
The ball's flying over there. It's people trying to get over the.
That's
easiest
what
way
I'm
to
saying. I
access
feel like
go
it needs
around
to
it.
be a buffer.
coming that way.
It's a buffer between commercial and residential.
Don't we do an 8-foot to that corner and then 6-foot south of there? Is that within reason?
And
Yeah, I feel
and
that
do
that's
you need to,
reasonable.
do we need to allow, I mean, we can make the motion and do all that, but then allow Kelly to come back with, I mean, we don't even know what that is and present what he's thinking. What type of materials, does that go to staff, where does that go?
I mean, I have no idea how much, I don't know what kind of wall you're talking. I don't know if it's $1,000 a foot.
Neither do I.
$5 a foot, so.
That's why I'm saying, we can make the motion, but then does he need to bring that back for approval?
Yeah, I think, several people need to investigate what the costs are, or what the actual mitigating, fact is of what's chosen, and then make a decision from there.
So we just notate what we would like and then final approval to come to city council
Something like that.
on the, so
On
are
the
we
motion?
saying, repeat to me what we're saying again?
That would be if you're doing what you just said, that would be, sorry, I should be speaking to the mic.
Thank you.
So, you would be putting the 8 foot on the entire east side up to, well,
The structure.
up to the, what do you want to call that? Is that a shed? I don't know what you want to call that.
Yeah.
To that, to the south, well, you could just say to the northeast corner of the building, the big building. I think that's where it's run to now. And then we talked about another masonry 6 foot fence the rest of the way to the south.
So you're talking in lieu of a hedge?
Well,
Yeah.
In lieu of.
when you talk about reasonable request, I mean, I don't think we can ask for both.
No,
No, I don't think.
hedge isn't gonna work. It needs to be a solid barrier. Chain link's not gonna work. So if we say a solid barrier, 8 foot high for this stretch, 6 foot high for this stretch, and if he wants to come back and see qualifications to what that barrier is.
But it
that's
also
his
needs,
staff decision.
it also needs to extend north the length of the developed property
On the north
on
side,
on the east side. Right there.
yeah, that's what
North
I
and
mean.
I
west.
just want that to be
Yeah.
riding down.
But you also need to come west, right? So they don't just run around it.
No, I don't think you need to go west.
Well, he was gonna put a chain link fence
But
across
yeah,
there, right?
that's kind of up to Kelly where he goes
Yeah.
with the rest of the fence.
Kelly, were you saying on the north part of your property, you're gonna take a 6 foot chain link fence all the way across it?
Or a 4 foot.
That's on the
South.
South side.
On the south, so on the north side, there's nothing?
No.
And so my question is,
That's
are
like,
they just gonna run 50 yards down around the edge of that hedge and then jump back into the private property?
Well, in that case, would you zoom out just a little bit, Dave?
I think,
They'd have to take Kingston and then go into Trevor's front
And
yard and then his
and
backyard.
there is a chain link fence, if I'm not mistaken.
It's down right now, but yeah, there is. And there's quite a bit of vegetation too. That acts as a buffer.
Yeah, there is a bunch of trees there.
Okay.
So
So
is that northern fence going to Kingston or is it just going to
Just going to the,
edge of the,
well, because there's not soccer fields down farther,
okay?
but I know what's actually mowed and where the people are all the way down past to the north of that parcel line. They're not right. They don't stop at that parcel line.
So how do you want me to write it?
Yeah.
Our sprinkler lines went right to the property line, so they just spread grass seed as far as they would spread.
Yeah, so it's about another, I don't know,
40 feet.
40 or 50 feet that keeps going that direction. And so there's people there and it warms up.
Yeah.
So for our motion, we can say just
Continuing
the
north
north end of the Skinks property. Is that a sufficient description?
or north end of the soccer field.
North end of the skink property.
So to restate, just to be sure, as we're taking notes here. 8 foot barrier or wall on the east side of the property,
It's an 8 foot minimum on any of these, say minimum.
minimum, okay, 8 foot minimum. Barrier or wall from the northern corner of the Skink property down to the northeast corner of the facility,
Extended to the property line.
extended to the property line. And then a 6 foot barrier wall from that point,
South,
continuing south to the
southeast.
property corner.
Yes.
Yes.
Barrier.
Barrier or wall,
Barrier?
or do we want to say fence?
We don't want to.
Solid wall, solid barrier.
Masonry.
Masonry wall?
Okay.
The whole, the 6 foot tall too, is wall.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the 6 foot chain link on the, coming
No.
down?
No,
by
we're not
South Weaver?
talking that. We're just talking the east property line. That's all we're
Just
talking
east
about.
property line,
Just
yeah.
the east property line. 8 foot behind Skanks and 6 foot further to the south.
chain link on a 6 foot.
Can you keep people from climbing that 6-foot chain link fence?
I get a 105, I guess.
I think there might be codes eventually.
I think you go see what the costs are and bring this back what everything is.
Yeah.
But that way it's the most stringent
Yes.
in there currently.
And does there needs to be signs along that east side saying no climbing or no trespassing, no climbing? Is there signage along that?
Along-
Yeah.
And if balls go over there, we'll try to get the neighbor to throw them back.
So you also require no trespassing signs on that barrier
Yes.
wall?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that gets all of our issues unless we just want to run through the,
I think we need to talk about the penalty or the fine if there's a violation on the parking.
can we do that?
Can we do that?
In a CUP, maybe?
Can we talk about a penalty in our CUP outside of our city fine ordinances?
I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
I think that would be
But
separate
you,
from the.
but you could define your city ordinances to have a civil fine for violations of provisions of the CUP. Or violations of parking restrictions.
I just want to know, where's the hammer? Where's the hammer to keep them to?
Well, I do think there's wisdom in that, and we ought to look at it, because then you're not limited to the remedy of revoking a CUP outright, you know, where all you have is a catastrophic outcome for the property owner or nothing. And it would give you some things in between that you could do to enforce the terms.
Yes.
So what I hear you saying is that in another section of city code, we need to update that, we need to add this.
But can we,
discussion.
in other, can we, yeah, I mean, obviously it's in another one, but were you saying we can't put that in this, if there's so many violations of the CUP, there's a certain fine in this CUP?
I think you could put that in.
That's what I heard you say. That's,
Yeah, I have,
Well, isn't that in our revocation?
yeah, we
too?
have a revoke. but
It's
that's what I'm
three-
saying.
three
It's 3 strikes and
strikes.
it's $500 or whatever it is.
Well, it's 3 strikes and.
I know Wayne said
revocation.
first strike $1,000.
I think they've been given their warnings. I think it's in the next violation after this, it's the civil penalty, whatever we say it is. And it can be the same penalty every event, and we can increase it. 500 the first event, 1,000 the second time, 1,500 after that, and then after 3 strikes, it's coming for hearing. But I'm open to, I'm not trying to be penalized, I'm trying to get conformance, trying to get cooperation from the users, not Kelly, but his people who are scheduling the games. They don't seem to care about the CUP. Our contract is with Kelly, our CUP is with Kelly. So we need to work through Kelly to get his clients to cooperate. And if he needs a hammer to get back on them, let's give him the hammer.
I would invite you to define what you mean by violation and what.
Off
those
premises
activities-
parking.
And I would ask there whether it would be appropriate to cite the owner of the property or to cite the individual who parks off the premise. And I think I'd probably favor the latter in that.
But that would be, a more of, wouldn't that be more of a Davis County Sheriff citation
Yeah, that would be
versus?
part of the
I mean,
CUP.
well, that's what I mean. So we're
Right.
talking more violations issued by code enforcement, are we not?
So I haven't. Go ahead. No, please.
Can't we take this by an event basis like we did this last one, where if we have an issue where we're having cars all up and down the street, it comes to council and that's when we issue the citation of the fine for each occurrence rather than individual cars?
That's what I was thinking, not an individual car.
And then individual cars that happen to park at these places, they'll be cited, through Davis County.
Davis County, we can call Davis County on to the individual violation.
Yeah.
Violations per event.
Per
Per
event,
event, yes.
If they're having an event on Saturday and that
different
event
than buying.
overflows into city streets, that's a violation of CUP, they need to be held accountable. And the only thing I can think is the pocketbook.
Are we only talking violations of the parking section of this?
No.
Or are we just simply a violation of any of the conditions on this conditional use permit would be a
X number,
fine?
yes. That's what I'm proposing. Put a
So-
number on it.
So do we need to be more specific than that?
Yes, please.
So
We do. So, I mean,
Identify what it would be.
we may
can we just
basically
say violations for problematic events? Is that too?
Well, I think you're limiting yourself to one type of violation in that case. We want it to apply to all of the conditions on the CUP.
The violation of CUP results in a
Civil penalty of X dollars.
fine of,
Now, we need to qualify that because he needs a certain amount of time to be able to put his barrier up on that east property line.
Mhm.
So we need to be reasonable for him to accommodate that. But if that doesn't go in within a certain time frame and there's no written extension because of unforeseen circumstances, then that falls within the same thing. So we have to be amenable to those aspects.
we only have so many more months of outdoor weather.
Yeah, so I do, to be fair, we need to give him some time to comply with those things that require asphalt or the barrier.
Do we want to do that now? Decide what that time frame would be now so we can issue it?
I think we can.
Would it be reasonable to say before, I mean, obviously asphalt turns off here in 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah,
But is that reasonable to say before spring play?
I think he said before May 1st, because I think they open back up.
I'm
by
looking
April.
at Kelly.
You know what? I've had a heck of a time getting a fence company over there right now due to that last storm.
Well, yeah.
I have no idea how long it's gonna take, but I mean,
but May 1st is
yeah.
sufficient.
I think May 1st.
I think May 1st is reasonable, given the asphalt companies and the fence companies. I think they could be scheduled and planned if due diligence is given toward it.
So if we just have final masonry wall approval to come to city council prior to May 1st for approval,
Well,
does that work?
No, not
Installed.
approval, that's
Uh,
installed.
Installed.
Oh, installed. Okay.
Because the CUP will take, well, everything but that takes it, the paving and the wall will take effect immediately.
All right. So did we want to put anything in the CUP for the violation then, or?
I don't mean to be contrary, Wayne, but I lean down and I think $1,000, but is that reasonable? And I'm curious what everybody's opinion is. Is it 250? Is it? Chris?
You're limited in state law, and it's defined by the class of misdemeanor, and I think the current cap is $750 in some circumstances and $1,000 in others.
And that's the cap.
Yeah.
So I'd probably put like something like $500 per event or per occurrence.
And a judge would probably favor a growing penalty. So
And
if you started at 250, the next 500, the next.
That's where I was headed.
I agree with that.
And what I would say is most municipalities with this type of provision would put in an up to amount, and they wouldn't designate a specific amount. Because then as time changes, that misdemeanor amount may be adjusted.
Then it's up
And
to
and then you're not tied to a number so small that
He just wrote it on.
that it doesn't entice a landowner to do what they want.
Up to 750.
So violation of any CUP items can be cited up to $750.
And what I would recommend is that instead of stating a dollar amount, state up to the amount permitted by state law.
Okay.
Are we ready to recap this?
Are there any other issues that we need to?
I just really want those weeds in the fire lane taken care of. I feel like that needs to be a part of it.
They are.
He's already received his notification.
Oh, okay.
That's already.
That's
part of
code.
our
That's part
Yeah,
of
that's
it.
code
Okay.
enforcement.
Okay.
Did we take care of any of the other?
Does that mitigate all
I
those
just want to
concerns?
read through it.
We have,
We need to keep in the no lighting on some of those things.
Yeah, I wouldn't change any of those.
Yeah.
So you probably need to pull that up so that it can be made.
Yeah, let's make sure we know which ones will stay
I
in.
pull it up if my computer didn't freeze for the third time tonight. So-
need a Mac.
Touche.
Oh, I disagree, Haley.
Yeah, I know you do.
Not gonna say I told you.
Okay. Not coming up. Yeah, they can pull it up.
We're right here. We just need to get to the right page.
I have it as page 5.
Thank you.
We're there. We just got to plug in.
Okay. So buffer yard C requirements met, that's, we don't need that in there, correct?
Yeah.
And then,
We can leave them in there, right? We just need, this was an original one.
Well, I think what we
And this
want
is
to
the
do is
new-
just state what are the conditions today moving forward. We don't need to tie ourselves to anything that was on there.
I don't want to leave it out, so I would say from 6 down, we're changing number 11 a little bit, that all stays in there.
We're changing 7 a little bit, aren't we?
Yeah,
yeah,
I think there are some of these items from previous CUPs that were kind of a one-time construction element.
yeah.
that's why I said
You
7
see.
down.
Yeah,
So Blair's saying six down. Item 6 down, we keep in or amend
Okay, so keep item number 6.
Yes.
through 11.
We need to amend 7.
And there are amendments in there, yes. What's that, Jamie?
11 is the hours of operation. I think you mentioned that as well.
And we'll amend that as well.
Yeah, that would be amended as well.
So how about item 7 just being the first line,
Sure.
the first sentence?
Do you want to run through your list, Ange, or do you want me to?
Yeah, but we have 12 through 15 on the next page.
Oh.
And item 12.
12's being made,
amended.
13's being amended, 14's being amended, and 15 we decided to remove, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Now, just one question on the 15, are there current issues with people trying to turn left, or do we need to accommodate for traffic support if you have a large number of cars in there, people trying to turn left? Is that why they were saying right? Or did
They were
wanted
just trying to direct
keep people out of
traffic.
the
They were trying to
neighborhood?
direct it away from South Beaver, basically.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, so items 7 through 14 to stay and or be amended.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to make a motion?
Please.
Do you want to run through your list real quick, Ange, first?
Okay. No parking signs on 6650 South Kingston Raymond Drive, South Weaver Drive. To be procured by property owner and installed by city staff.
Can I just,
Yeah.
I would leave in the adjacent residential streets and then just parenthetically list those, because if there's another road that comes in later that has a new name, somebody's
Okay.
now.
And then included in that, we also had signs posted on 475 and South Weaver Drive directing traffic to the soccer complex.
Events. I don't know how to word this. Events require a city permit. Special events require city permit with 2
Request.
weeks advance notice.
Request for special events goes to staff 2 weeks prior to event.
Yours
Sure.
sounds really good. I'm just taking, okay.
Can I make a suggestion? Jamie has taken notes on all of this in kind of a draft format. How about we just show you what he's got? And if that's okay, we can move forward. If not, we can amend it.
Sounds good.
Let's do it.
Aye.
So if it's not on this list and it's on your list, let's put it on this list and then it can be the working document.
Trevor would like to comment, will the council allow
I-
Trevor to comment.
I think it's fair.
Just a comment from right here.
You gotta come up to the mic.
So that it can be
Chris wants to watch
transcribed.
us.
Okay, along the residential portion of the property, I don't think an 8-foot wall will cut the noise. I think it's got to be at least be a minimum of 10. It's just, it wouldn't be effective.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, and I know you understand the legality of it, when it comes within reason, I know what a 10-foot fence does.
I'm not saying run it the whole stretch.
Yeah.
I'm talking about just the residential section.
Do you think a 6-foot fence, the rest of the way, would eliminate some of the other problem?
I think the 8-foot would down to that point, and the 6 feet chain link fence. Sure, there's going to be people that are going to go over. I mean, you're not going to get around that. But if they had the appropriate signage and enforced it, which I think that would mitigate a lot of the problems there.
Because I think that would help mitigate some of the cost too. That's why.
So are you saying that when it drops to 6 feet, you are okay with the chain link fence?
At the very end of the property, yes. At the corner of that building running south, yeah.
If we were to do a 6-foot fence behind your property and the hedge, as the 15-foot hedge, do you feel that that would be able to help?
Like, we'd have to go back to Wayne's comments, it would take.
Correct.
5 years, 5.
But if it was there, do you feel that that would be helpful?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Okay, let's look at this then.
So in that case, you would be a 10-foot, sorry, Jamie, because we'd have to change that. In that case, you'd have to have a 10-foot fence on the residential piece. And then a 6-foot chain link would be acceptable from the building to the south.
Northeast corner of the building going south of the soccer complex.
Are we going to have an issue if we create an area here where we put a chain link between residential and commercial and other areas if we do this here? Because I really just don't like a chain link separating commercial to residential.
But it can't,
Key, I feel like that would probably be okay.
Is that correct? That's my biggest concern.
Right, this is specific to this
Okay.
CUP. It doesn't set a precedent for other areas where the circumstances would be different.
Okay.
We just need to document the reason why, so somebody else doesn't use it as precedent.
Okay,
do you want me to run through these?
please.
Hours of operation, number 1, outdoor hours of operation limited to 30 minutes after sunup to 30 minutes after sundown with floor and ceiling of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. B, indoor hours of operation limited to 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. C, operations permitted 7 days per week. And D, special events only allowed by permit with at least 2 weeks' notice. Permits to be approved by staff.
Looks great.
Correct.
Okay, item number 2, parking. A, cap of 100 parking spaces. B, all parking spaces paved and marked. C, parking attendants.
Required.
Required, and
Or staff on site.
I'm only gonna say facility staff on site. Or something, because more than just parking, because it's gotta be directing people and.
I would say as one staff member on site to oversee every game, like if there's 3
But
games
that
going
doesn't
on.
count the gal inside the office.
Right.
That's what
They
I.
need to be
I-
on
That's what I'm
site.
trying to say, because that doesn't work, obviously.
I like what's written for C.
Okay.
Facility staff on site to direct and control parking.
That's what we're getting at.
Okay.
Okay, number 3, traffic. Owner to procure signs that provide direction and no parking on 6650 South Weber, Raymond, and Kingston. Staff to determine space and location.
South Weaver Drive.
So.
South Weaver Drive.
And then, and all, what'd you say, Quinn? And all adjacent streets?
The adjacent street.
Right, can be
Which we have
adjacent.
listed, but
All it, because, well, that's just for signage though.
Yeah. Current signage.
So the new street goes in, it
And
gets
if, yeah,
assigned.
because if Raymond Drive goes through or whatever, eventually, who knows?
So is that right?
Do we also need to include 475?
So
Yes.
that would be
That's
the
the direction.
That's the
sign.
direction.
Yeah.
You can put that as another bullet point or something.
So are these signs the responsibility of the owner to pay for?
Yeah.
Or
Yes.
the city on
It's,
South River Drive?
Is he the owner?
Yes, the owner
don't put your own
and
install.
the staff typically will install the city.
Okay.
Okay. Are we okay with that wording on traffic?
I think so.
Item number 4, neighbors and trespass. A, install at least a 10-foot high barrier or masonry wall along the eastern border of the outside playing fields from the north end of the Skank property to the northeast corner of the building. Do we put Skank property or, because what if he sells it?
Just put the address of the
I
property.
guess it will be there.
Parcel number or lot number.
Lot number, yes.
I'll make a note and we'll add that.
Okay. The fence must be constructed in such a manner that it will deter patrons from climbing the wall and trespassing on neighboring properties. The remaining portion of the eastern edge of the property shall have a 6-foot barrier or fence, which may be chain linked to the southern corner of the property, to be modified based on cost.
Well, who modifies it? Who-
You can take the last part out. It just
Yeah.
we may have to have that discussion though.
Okay, and signage, does it talk about signage on that wall, or is that somewhere else?
No, that's where it needs to be. No trespassing signs on that wall.
That barrier. Yeah.
We all get to watch you type.
Mhm.
That's fantastic.
I think anxiety.
No pressure.
So obviously the no trespassing is gonna be on the soccer side.
The west facing
Signage on the
wall.
outside, so people don't try to jump it,
On the chain link side.
Well,
just out on the
we
Raymond
need to
Drive.
add
so-
several different, I mean,
I don't know,
yeah, that's gonna be.
somebody's gonna park on Raymond Drive, and if you have a sign that says, you know, something, no going all this way, must enter through the entrance or something, like that. I don't know.
On the east side of that barrier wall, Trevor may have to put some of those signs up. I don't know how that will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that okay, Trevor? Okay.
Okay. So
Number 5.
we'll go back to that in just a sec. Violations, item number 5, violations, deadlines, masonry wall and paved parking to be installed by May 1st, 2021. And penalty for violation of CUP up to amount permitted by state law
For violation.
per violation.
Yes, but then we need to add the no lighting will be permitted on outdoor fields. Those type,
Yeah, we gotta put those ones back in.
yeah, those need to go back in.
Thank you. You think Jamie's typing fast? You see how fast Michelle's typing over here?
Penalties assessed per violation with each day/event constituting a separate and new violation. Okay, are we okay with that on violations and deadlines? Yes, Chris?
Yes, that's.
Does that follow the law? I do not have to give a 14-day notification to them to be able to correct the issue prior to me giving a citation. Would this be like an administrative citation?
There are certain types of citations that would require that 14-day notice. I'm not sure the type we're talking about here would constitute that. I can make a note in accordance with state law.
I just wanted to make sure that we were.
This is non-residential, Chris.
Okay,
I don't know, I bet they are.
And then make sure that's added to these are items number 7 through 14. 7 through 14.
Seven's already there. It's addressed as number 2, parking, right?
Well, wouldn't these fall under the other sections? You just need to put them in the right section.
Well, you got lighting. Sorry, Kelly, I still don't want you to put lights outside, so I just want to make sure that that gets put in this
Yeah.
and not dropped off.
Give me a second, I'll do it.
I agree.
Through 14. 15, we don't. We're cutting out 15.
Okay.
And those will be amended as per our meeting minutes tonight.
Well, because, yeah. We need to make sure we don't have the 10:30 and some of that stuff in there.
So do you want me to go through these as well? Everybody?
I'm okay with the way they are.
Well, I mean, there's going to be some changes. There will be amendments to those. But do we have enough direction that staff can take care of that without us?
I think we do, because I would actually, and whoever makes the motion, or that we get a copy of this before it's signed.
Okay,
That's where we messed up in the past.
yes. I like that idea, Blair. Okay.
Do I have the right ones listed?
Yes.
So we had repair the broken fencing. Is that already taken care of?
I think it's.
Repair and maintain broken fencing. So anytime fencing or.
That fence is gonna go away, right?
Right, so,
Yeah.
but if a wall breaks or something, obviously, or if you have a hedge, you just need to maintain that all right.
Maintain our fence and or barrier and landscaping walls.
Are we good? Okay, and did you hear Councilman Halverson's statement that we would like a copy of the CUP to review before it's signed?
Meaning bring it back as an agenda item to review, or simply distribute it to the council?
I think it can be distributed for comment, just to make sure everything was put back in.
For the
If it's
council.
modified, it'd have to come back, but I just don't want it to be a document that goes and gets signed that missed some of our motion.
All right. Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion on the conditional use permit 2016-05?
Quinn's gonna go for it. Okay, I'll go. Do I need to read all of those, or can I just say per Jamie's
read
You can
draft?
say, yeah, it's noted in the document displayed.
Okay. All right. Let me hop back to my agenda real quick. Okay, so Mayor, I make a motion to approve conditional use permit for Elite Training Centers at 128 East South Weaver Drive as per the draft read through for council. I'm terrible at this. Does that work?
Can I take a stab at
Yes, please go.
it? Okay. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we amend and accept conditional use permit 2016-05 for Elite Training Centers at 128 East South Weaver Drive, as has been described and notated on the screen from Attorney Jamie Blakeslee's draft.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments? Then we will have a roll call vote beginning with Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
Hey.
Aye.
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 And the motion carries unanimously. All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed. This works. Let's move on. I'm wondering if we can do one, if we can amend this agenda and start with one that we have people here waiting to speak on, because I don't think anyone's here for the Weber Basin Job Corps, correct, Dave?
Correct.
Is someone here for Riverside Place, from Riverside? Okay. All right. So is the council okay to move to item 9 and do item 8 later? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll move to item number 9, resolution 2020-41, final site and improvement plans for Riverside Place Phase 5. This phase connects Riverside Place Phase 3 and Harvest Park Phase 1. The majority of this phase has already been constructed as a part of the Canyon Meadows Drive Road dedication plat and access required for Harvest Park Phase 1. The services for the anticipated lots were constructed with the road, but the lots were not platted at the time. The road dedication plat has not yet been recorded, but will no longer be needed, as this plat will take care of dedicating the road and platting the lots. Jones and Associates, Barry Burton, and Planning Commission recommend approval of the plat and associated improvement plans, subject to receiving an official approval letter from the South Weaver Irrigation Company prior to the commencement of construction. Are there comments or questions on this? Go ahead.
I just have questions about the public comment we received, and the site, and I just wasn't sure if there was anything there that we have available to us as get that addressed before we approve this. I need some weigh in on expertise here.
Okay, so are you talking the one with the lots being filled with trash and weeds and 3 dumpsters filled to overflowing?
Yes, and there was 2 of them, but yes, they both basically said the same thing and issues with the HOA.
Okay, all right, so I received an email from Chris. He contacted the management company who addressed the concerns yesterday and come up with a plan to move forward. They're replacing their general contractor, grading all of their lots on development, and rotating dumpsters more frequently. Is this correct?
Yes, my name is Scott Higging, representing
Scott.
the owner, excuse me, the owners. Yes, they do have a new plan in place. Dumpsters are to be emptied more frequently. We actually have spent thousands of dollars recently in grading the lots to get the weeds off. There are still a few weeds remaining, but we're chipping away at those right along the sidewalk. But if you walk through the property, you might have a different opinion from what was voiced if you went through today. I'm not sure when those opinions were shared with you, but we have been addressing it.
So some of those comments came today,
Today.
and I walked through there today.
Okay.
You still have a significant amount of work to do in there today.
I know the dumpsters are not scheduled to be empty till tomorrow.
Okay, and there's stuff just laying all around them, and
Okay.
so I just came there on my way here, just to
Okay.
see what the comments were.
All right, great.
So,
Do those dumpsters have lids?
They do not, I don't believe so.
Okay.
There was some comments about homes sitting unfinished or partly finished. And also another one about not being approved for building permits. Or sorry, by the building inspector. Can you comment on that?
I can't about the building permit. I don't know anything about that home. We have had homes take quite a while for construction as homeowners have decided to change their plans. We've tried to modify and accommodate their desire to change. When you have those modifications, it just takes time to make the additions. So,
It says here that there's a couple that weren't able to take possession for a number of reasons. One home being that they didn't pass code. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think that's all the questions I had.
As far as that goes, that's the only question I had. The other, I know in planning commission, the fence was brought up around the posse grounds and
Yes.
all of that. What,
Yes.
and so because it wasn't known at the time what type of fence was there.
They're putting in a new.
So, okay, so that's been addressed. Okay.
The plans have been changed.
I thought I saw that on there. I just didn't know if that was showing existing fence or new fence or.
New channeling.
Okay. Other questions?
I'm just going to ask you a question that a resident asked me. And that is if you haven't been able to yet finish phase 1, how do we know that you're going to be able to move forward and finish phase 2?
This is phase 5.
Phase 5. Sorry, phase 5.
Well, home sales are moving right along right now. In phase 2 alone, we have phase 2 and 3, we have 7 homes under contract right now, 6 under construction. In phase 3, we have several others under construction and under contract recently. So home sales are moving right along. And actually, to be honest with you, also in phase 5, we have a lot of interested builders to actually buy completed lots to build more homes where we wouldn't need to.
Okay.
But they would still be building that same patio home.
Yes, yeah, that's how it's zoned. I believe. So,
Thank you.
you bet.
Okay. Anything else? And do I have a motion to approve resolution 2020-41?
Do we have an idea of when we will receive any type of approval letter from South Weaver Irrigation Company?
That would be.
Put me on the spot. We have had some illnesses, and so they are approved. Then we've received their money, but we have extenuating circumstances.
Okay.
So they have their approval by me. So thank you.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Councilman Windsor.
Seconded.
Okay, Councilman Halverson, any further comment? Then we'll have a roll call vote beginning with Councilman Windsor.
Aye.
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 Hi.
Aye.
The motion carries.
Thank you. very
Thank you.
much.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
sitting through that.
Appreciate your endurance.
Appreciate yours. All right. So I think if it is okay with council, can we hold on to item 10 and go to item 11, Lopset Deer Run redesign, because I know we have people here for that.
I request a 5-minute recess.
Okay,
Two.
is the council okay?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2? Okay, we are recessed for 2 minutes. Got it? Okay, we're ready to reconvene. I just want to commend Barry Burton for being here. He, yesterday, I texted him and said, please give me a call because I have some questions. He calls me, and through our whole conversation, I can hear him like breathing heavily. And I'm like, you must be finally, when we're done talking, you must be exercising or something. Well, I was out mountain biking, and I took a spill and broke my collarbone and dislocated my finger. He is here tonight with a broken collarbone, and yeah. But he was just waiting for the doctor. I'm like, why on earth did you call me when you're in the hospital? But anyway.
Glad you're okay, Barry.
We are all glad you're okay. All right. All right, let's go to the lots at Deer Run redesign. The developers have come before the Planning Commission for their preliminary submission over several meetings the past 4 weeks. Based on Planning Commission guidance, they have made significant changes to the site plan development. They're asking for some feedback from the council as they begin to redraw the plans to match the new site plan they presented to the Planning Commission at the September 16th meeting. The new site plan, project summary, shared parking calculations, a letter from the transportation engineer, elevations, new floor plans, and PC elevation study were included in your packet. Okay, comments and questions.
Can I make one comment? One of the reasons this is here, during last planning commission, as stated there, they've really gone back to a full redesign. I mean, some of the buildings are the same, but they've relocated. And before they continue down the road further to spend whatever thousands of dollars in continuing, they wanted some feedback from us, and I recommended that feedback. And so please give them all of your thoughts and concerns so they know which way to proceed, so they don't spend that kind of money again, and that's just tell them no. So right or wrong, I think that's the appropriate thing to do.
Thank you, Councilman Howerson. All right, who would like to go first?
Mayor, is it okay if Joe approaches us?
Yes, hi, Joe.
How you doing? Thank you so much for being here tonight and how late the time it is. I'll try to make it fast. As Councilman Halverson stated, we have really tried to make a good faith effort to listen to the Planning Commission and go through. And we've had, as you probably know, we've had I think 4 different meetings, kind of continuing the meeting over a series of weeks, and kind of in the middle of it, kind of had a light bulb go off in my head, and we were like, what if we did it like this? And we kind of have gone back kind of to the drawing board. And I just wanted to show you real quick some of the before and after, just so you kind of know. So before we were proposing this site plan, and it was 72 condominiums and about 33,000 square feet of commercial. And we had that was based on our development agreement that we had, the shared parking and that sort of thing. And so since that time, we've moved to this one here. And let me just, this is Henry DeVerona. He's with our development team. This is Joe Perrin. He's our traffic expert, traffic parking expert. And Joe, Fred Cox, he's our architect. So anyway, we had a series of issues with Planning Commission. They didn't like certain things, obviously. One of them was the height of the building. And one of them was the number of retaining walls surrounding the property. Another one was the density with the commercial that we had originally agreed on in the development agreement. And how the parking was going to work. And so we came up in the middle of we took a 5-minute break, kind of like we did here, and got offline with our civil engineer. And I said, Leland, what if we did it like this? So I kind of sketched it to him and showed it to him on, FaceTime. And we kind of ended up with this configuration where we have a really good tenant that we think is going to be good for this building. We kind of left this one the same. Then we pushed the other 2 buildings to the rear of the property, and they're acting as their own retaining walls, the buildings themselves. So we've gone from 2 entrances to 3. So we've got an entrance here that comes around, and they're all fire rated, for a fire apparatus. And then a third one that's going to go under the buildings here and supply underground parking to the residents. And so instead of seeing from the rear, instead of seeing a 14-foot wall around, now you're going to see the money side of the buildings, the decorated, I mean, all sides will be, but instead of seeing a wall, you'll have a building facing out that will be retaining the slope. Additionally, the CO zone calls for paseos and arcades and gathering spaces. And so what we try to do is create, now with the buildings facing this way and this way, we've got this kind of path that kind of circulates through the whole property. And we've got a swimming pool gathering area. We've got another playground area. I think more importantly, the density has been reduced on the property. We've gone from commercial square footage, 28,741 to 14,000. And that's pretty much almost all going to be used up by a client that we have is probably going to buy about 12,000 square feet of the daycare. So the demand for commercial parking, commercial use, commercial space, traffic is down 49% under this new design. Commercial parking has gone from a demand of about shared 90 to 51, so it's down about 43%. Shared parking, the demand has gone down. Basically, we need 50% to be gone, I think, and that we've gone down to about 34% would be in demand. Residential units, we've gone from 72 to 65, so it's about a 10% reduction in residential units under this plan. Total parking, we've gone from 164 total parking units, and we've dropped it by only 10%. So we've reduced commercial by about 50%, but our parking numbers have only reduced by 10%. So we should be much improved on the parking. Retaining walls, we've gone from an average of, or from 8,100 square feet of retaining walls to just 3,500, an average height of 11 feet down to 5 feet of retaining walls on our site. And green space, misspelled there, 31,000, and it actually is up to 31,800. So green space has gone up under this design. And like Councilman Halverson mentioned, we have done some preliminary drawings and actually we're pretty far into them, and we wanted to bring these to you. And let me just show you the before and after, kind of after hearing from Planning Commission. This is what was proposed before, pretty square and boxy, and we've kind of changed it up to appear more like this. And so I think it's aesthetically quite a bit more attractive, and the site plan as well is much more walkable, much more people friendly, and I think what we're putting forth here is kind of a good faith effort to really listen to the Planning Commission and make the changes necessary, to move forward. And so, and before we kind of preliminary in the city of South Weaver plans are basically a full set. I mean, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars in engineering. And so before we step on the gas to do that, we wanted to get the city council's input and that sort of thing. If there are changes that need to be made, comments on the architecture, site plan, that sort of thing, questions, how can we address those as we're moving toward preliminary submittals? So that we're not kind of our, so kind of our frustration has been, we spent quite a bit of time with city staff, and it seemed like Planning Commission didn't know what was going on. And so when they got there, it was like a whole new kind of review, I guess. And so we just wanted to apprise the city council of kind of the changes we have made and try to incorporate any thoughts or comments you might have today into our plans, our preliminary plans as we're going forward. So it's not a complete redraw when we get to city council. Anyway, hopefully that's so we in this new site plan, we've incorporated better green space, but fewer walls. The parking, we've given you some new elevations. So in this new design, one thing that we had discussed is probably going to be required as an addendum to our development agreement with regards to the number of residential units and commercial space and the shared parking. And so that's one thing that would have to be done in order to reduce the density of this site, basically. So we're taking a high density and reducing it significantly. That's one thing. And then also there's a variance that we don't need, but it would be helpful. And the variance is with regards to the site plan. So we've created this walking path around here. And my understanding is that the masonry wall is supposed to be on the property line right here. So these are the two residential lots that abut our property. And it's supposedly there's supposed to be a masonry wall along that property line. And we have a wall here that's approximately 20 feet from the fence. And the variance we're asking for is basically, so we don't have to put it right on the property line. We just use this masonry wall, which we already are building.
Lisa, sorry, can we pull that up on the screen too? We have that site plan in our, that's what Kim sent out.
Kim just sent that to us today.
Yeah.
I just want it up so it's.
Page 62 of the packet.
Page 62. But what we're trying to avoid is a situation where you've got a masonry wall on one side and a masonry wall on within 20 feet, and you're creating a space for whatever, trash, debris, illicit activity. You're going to be basically would create a canyon between these two masonry walls if we were to follow the letter of the variance.
Would you intend anything to be on the property line then?
Right here, I don't know if we would do, I'm not sure. We have landscaping to buffer our retaining wall. So we'd have basically a buffer here of landscaping between here and this particular retaining wall. So you start our property, bushes, shrubs, trees, whatever, and then our retaining wall. Otherwise, you get a situation where you have, an area smaller than this room, and there's a retaining wall on one side and a retaining wall on the other, and it doesn't really make sense. That's the only variance we're asking for. If we don't get it, it's not going to end. It's not going to kill us out, So
I was just going to point out the plans do show a 6-foot privacy wall.
okay, yeah, like vinyl, something like that.
Right, just a regular fence along there, so there would still be that, and then the retaining wall.
Yeah.
You have a path that goes through there.
Yeah.
What's your elevation difference between the property line and the other side of the retaining wall that you're proposing?
I think it's gone down quite a bit. Our civil engineer is not here, so I can't answer that question. I don't know the difference between the two. So, but that's one thing that we wanted to bring up. But it's not if we don't get the variance, it's not a deal killer, I guess. Sure.
Fred Cox, I'm an architect. I don't know if you got this proposed variance. The planning commission reviewed it and approved it, approved recommendation. It basically says the proposed solution to this problem is to put the required 6-foot concrete or masonry privacy wall on or near the property line where possible and provide a landscape buffer between the property line and the structures. Where not possible, based on existing grading or the canal, provide the landscape buffer first and then the wall. Where the grading would still allow car lights to be seen from the residential areas, provide in addition to the wall, a 42-inch privacy fence on top of to minimize any falls or light pollution. So the concept, the concept is we're gonna try to match everything that we can from your ordinance, but there are a couple of places in that south area where if you put the wall there and we have the we end up with a canyon, and by doing what we're proposing, it fixes it so the neighbors see basically 20 feet of park, as in landscape, trees, everything that you've got. One when we originally agreed to this, there was this buffer yard C, and we've worked with staff realizing that the buffer yard C kind of disappeared and got changed. And so we're still doing everything we can to meet the current requirements. But we're just asking for a little flexibility so that we don't end up with two walls in the canyon. We've got an access area. We had like a, let's see, this has been flipped around. We had a little access that you'd be able to get into that canyon, and we've changed the grading to try to fix it so instead of having a 14-foot retaining wall that you look at, I'll go back. Instead of a 14-foot retaining wall that you were looking at, you now see the buildings. And
the residents would basically spill out of their units onto this kind of green space where they could circulate through the property.
The area that we were having trouble with is in this area right here. And that we just want a little bit more flexibility.
But it's not a deal killer if it's not a big deal. Anyway, the biggest thing is just we're trying to get your comments so that as we go forward and try to make this the best project we possibly can.
So if we can do this, it means that the number of units in the development agreement would be reduced. The number of commercial square footage would reduce, and the number of parking spaces would reduce, but we still have 17 floating parking spaces instead of the required 2. We're meeting the shared parking requirement that we were originally given, and it actually, we're making things better, but it's going to require an amendment to the development agreement. We just don't want to keep on going this direction if we're going to run into a brick wall with you guys, with you basically saying, we don't want to amend it so that you have a smaller project. So anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Fred. Okay.
So anyway, that's kind of, we really tried to, work with the planning commission and really redesign the whole thing to respond to their comments and questions. So if you have any comments or questions that we can address, I'd really appreciate that. So we're not redrafting this, 2 months again.
Right. Okay, well, I will start off. Is that okay?
Sure.
It is. Can I just make a comment? I just want to say up front, because I know there's a bunch of comments that are coming, but I just want to say you are to be commended for listening to the public and to the planning commission and all the feedback and trying to work with us and to make this a better project.
Thanks.
So I appreciate all the time and work you've done with that. So
thank you.
All right, Angie.
I was actually going to say that too. I appreciate that you did come back at this redesign on the buildings is much more appealing. I think it's a much better fit for South Weaver. And I appreciate the new layout. My concern is in this new development agreement that has been presented, it states there shall be at least 147 parking spaces. Of these spaces, there shall be 1 space dedicated solely for each residential unit, with the rest being shared by commercial and residential occupants.
Yeah.
And
that was just language straight out of the other. That's all we did was change the numbers. It's the exact same language as the previous, and that's why that language said
okay.
That.
So I have visited different units, different building developments, Utah County, other places where they have very limited parking and there's no on-street parking. And those residents, they have nowhere to park. And as a city, what do we do for our future residents when they don't have anywhere to come home to?
I think that's a good question. I think that's specifically, we have 2 per residence, but 1 is specifically locked for that particular home. And so, and I'd like to have Joe probably address the parking, but because he's the expert, but we have 2 per home. And some of these are 1-bedroom units and some of them are 2-bedroom and some of them are 3-bedroom. So even though we have 2 per unit, there's,
So what's your average per unit? I mean, how many, because I haven't seen the floor plan and I don't mean to cut.
yeah, maybe Fred can
I
answer
mean,
that.
the reason I'm asking that is, and I have read the traffic stuff. I think that's the biggest concern that most of us will end up having.
Right, parking.
Is parking.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, one of my side things is I own 9 condominiums and none of them have enough parking in townhouses.
Okay.
None of
Let me-
them.
let me
They
let-
all park on the
Yeah.
street, but this complex does not allow for that. So.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, before we offer your other person to speak, I want to speak to the traffic study. So before he speaks, I want to speak directly to him technically. If I may, Angie, interject.
Go ahead.
There's some issues I have with your study, and I'm not trying to impugn anything, but I think some of your assumptions are incorrect that comes up with your final numbers. First off, your first assumption of residential occupancy through 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. of 50% is inaccurate. I know you stated in your report this is pre-COVID. I think we need to consider the conditions post-COVID that people are going to be, let me finish because I got several points. You're going to have people staying and working from home more so heretofore, not just when this pandemic's over. I also think that people are going to 10-hour day work shifts, so you can't consider this Monday through Friday. You're going to have people working Monday through Thursday and staying home on Friday, or Tuesday through Friday. So I think your 50% is too low. I think it's probably more on the 75, 80%. Secondly, your assumption about 154 students going to this daycare and a 60-minute travel or 60-minute time in which to distribute those students at the residence. I know it's not a school and they all have to be there at one time, but I do disagree that they're all going to show up in a 60-minute window. And I really disagree that it's going to take 3 minutes for a mother to get her infant out of the car seat, across the parking lot, into the daycare, interact with the host and whoever's receiving the children, take any messages, and get back out, especially in the dead of winter. So I think your numbers are skewed to try to meet what the development agreement was pre-COVID. I think you need to take a step back, seek to understand what we're trying to tell you with regards to uses and available parking, and not try to meet a contract or development agreement pre-COVID, and look more to what we're trying to do here for the 64 units. In a nutshell, I think your number of stalls are too low for 64 units with regards to the shared, but that's where I'm coming from my engineering background.
This is based on national standards. These are not numbers I made up. So the point is, that's the standard of practice, the standard of care I'm required to do. If we have city standards that are different, then I'm happy to look at those. There is no documentation yet on what COVID has done in terms of long-term changes. So again, anything that you ask me to do would be at you and staff's direction to say, no, we want you to use this assumption, even though I've used the national standards. And that's fine, I can do that, or we can do a sensitivity of what that means. But this was not based on something to meet a number. In fact, our numbers come out less than what they're providing the parking. I will say that the daycare information is again based on national standards. That's the average it takes for a daycare, and that's based on empirical data that's been collected. Same with the number of trips or that distance between, or not distance, but that temporal change between when is the peak time and how much parking you need. It's based on hundreds of data points. And so that's why I use that, just so you know. It's not based on my personal opinion. I'm sorry, I'm Dr. Joseph Perrin, A-Trans Engineering. Let's see if I have all your comments. In regards to, so that's in terms of the shared parking analysis. That's based on, the standard. But we can modify that and do some different numbers. We're just going to have input because I'm not going to make those assumptions when I don't have any basis to document those.
I just gave you some input and I just gave you some understanding. National standards aren't going to apply here. And we can dicker back and forth on that. You can stay through your theoretical. I'm telling you, in actuality, there are change conditions that need to be considered and applied. If you want our feedback, I'm giving you feedback. If you want to push forward with what you got, you're going to get some resistance from me.
I understand that, and that's why I'm saying is I'll work Brandon in on those because I heard what you said, and we'll take a look at the minutes and everything and see how to apply those.
Okay.
So to echo Wayne's point, because I'm glad you brought that up, you articulated that nicely, but I do have an issue with the daycare spaces. The assumptions that are made, 3 minutes, I agree, is whether that's the national standard or not. I've taken children to daycare and it takes more than 3 minutes. It can take you 3 minutes to get the child to decide to get out of the car. So that doesn't apply in this case. Also, you're making an assumption that everyone's just going to line up and you will only have 7.7 vehicles at a time, where that's incorrect. And the daycare may be open before 7 a.m. I know I have friends that have daycares, and I'm not citing city code right now, but I have friends that have daycares in other cities, and they open up at 5:30 or 6, where people have to be at their shift at 6 or 7 o'clock. They have to be there sooner. So I would disagree with those statistics in this parking analysis as well.
Okay, that's actually a good thing if you open earlier, because now you're spreading out. There's a fixed amount of kids that are going to arrive at this facility. Now you just spread them out over more time. So that's actually a better thing. From that
Didn't
standpoint.
planning commission, and that, someone have to correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't there hours of operation, Joe?
It was like 5 or something.
What?
5 a.m. to 6 is.
Oh, yeah, I knew there was an hours of
That's
operation.
right,
I
this
just
is the
wanted to
worst case
clarify.
analysis because it compacts that traffic into a certain time period for the drop off. If it's actually spread out over more time, that just helps both in parking and in traffic.
Dr. Barron, if I could add to it, I agree with the concerns on the daycare parking. I know you stated the national statistics are average. That means 50% of the time that's not going to work. And so what happens when 20 cars show up in the same 3-minute period? Where are those other cars going to park? I'm not saying right or wrong what you have, but we're only going to hear about when it doesn't work. And so if 20 cars show up, are all the visitor parking going to be right there next to the daycare parking so that it can accommodate, a high number of people coming at the same time? Or how will that be addressed?
Well, that's why we were just providing the average. So in theory, think of it this way. We have 147 stalls. We have 65 units. Even if you do 2 units each, that means there's 100 or 2 cars per unit. That's 130 cars, right? So even if everybody's still at home at the 2 cars each, and then you still have 17 spaces available for the daycare and the other small that's there. And the nice thing is, because they're only there for a certain amount of time, drop off, say 5 minutes. Okay, we have 17 cars for 5 minutes and they rotate out. We're still never going to get to the max. If we want to make the worst assumption and say, oh, there's 154 cars that all show up for daycare, well, we've tripled first of all, the average for the daycare for cars, and we've just tried to purposely make this fail. The thing is whether it's 3 minutes or 5 minutes, the cars are only there for a certain amount of time, and then the whole rest of the day until their pickup time, you're going to have an empty parking lot.
I forgot one component, sorry, Glenn, you forgot one component. Where are the people who are operating the daycare parked during that time?
That's factored into the parking.
You just said if I got 2 people from all my residents, it's 130, needing 17 stalls. You're not gonna have 17 available for the drop off. You're gonna have those people who are working there taking up some of those 17. So there's gonna be less than 17.
And that's the whole point, is either you're saying we can have a shared parking analysis, or you can't. Because obviously, if you don't allow a shared parking analysis, then we need more than even 147, right?
That comes back to my first comment. Your 50% was your assumption of 50% of the vehicles are going to be gone. So instead of having 2 per home, you're going to have 1.5, leaving 50% of that second vehicle gone, leaving you more parking stalls. That's part of your first analysis here. I'm saying that 50% is incorrect. I don't say it's 100%. I'm not saying you got 2 cars there the whole time. I'm saying something more than 50% because of COVID, because of work schedules. Not everyone works 9 to 5 or whatever the schedule is. And some people work 4/10s, and 4/10s is more of a popular schedule in this state, not nationally, but this state. And so those are things that I don't think are factored into that 50% number.
This is just, and again, that's where I'm happy to, because obviously we can go around, I can come back and we can say, I don't like that assumption either. So we need to lock down what assumptions that we should be using.
And I threw the number out, 75%, I think is a more reasonable number.
If you want to walk into an assumption, and I don't mean to cut Wayne off here, but if you're going to walk into either we allow shared parking or we don't, I'm going to be a we don't.
So I've been doing a lot of researching myself, and South Ogden, Layton, Clearfield, Roy, West Haven, Ogden, Clinton, and Sunset all have similar developments. Some have commercial base, some do not. All of them have cars spilling out into their street. And I actually read in research, I called each of them to figure out exactly what their unit per stalls per unit is. And all of them are below what are at or below what you guys are proposing. We do not have any on-street services for you guys. There is no parking on 2700. So you will absolutely spill out into other places. But per your CUP for the daycare, it actually states that it can't spill out into residential areas. So when you come forward for a CUP and you find that you have more than the 2 cars per unit, you have 3 cars because these are going to be rented out. And I think Mr. Cook knows that, because when we talked about limiting the rentals, that was a concern for him. So let's just say for a second, you have a 3-bedroom unit and the owner decides to rent out the 2 bedrooms. Well, that's 3 cars. Let's say every 3-bedroom unit does that. Now you don't even have enough parking for your commercial. You're completely spent on all your parking. We have this situation in one of our developments, Freedom Landing, where we have renting being happening by the bedrooms, and we don't have enough parking for them, and they're spilling out onto the streets, but their particular development has room for them. Maybe not for much longer if they keep going more, but right now they have the ability for it. You do not. You have no ability. These will go into either Deer Run or they'll go on to the frontage road, or 8200. What is Edding Street? 8200? 7800. Thank you. I think it's safe to say that these will not be families, but single people. So we can't really say that they're going to be working a 9-to-5 job. These may be students that are coming and going all day. They may be working at night. It's really hard to state that this is a 9-to-5 job. In terms of COVID, I mean, all of these particular developments that I went and saw, they have problems before COVID. 3 of these cities are actually red striping their curbs right now and not allowing parking there. And now you just saw us spend 2.5 hours trying to deal with a development that doesn't have enough parking. You're putting that on our shoulders, and we have no answers for it. There is a Wasatch Front Regional Council actually gave some statistics giving about COVID that talk about what it's looking like afterwards. And it's showing that more people are working from home. There's still a lot less travel on the roads. More people are choosing to make workspaces from home. That's going to go up. So your number of shared parking is greatly going to be wrong. And let's just say for a second that it is wrong. You're done. You've built it. You've moved on. And we're the ones left trying to figure out what we're going to do for these residents. So I'm not only okay with this lower number that you have in this amended agreement, I think it needs to go higher. We need to have more than 189 spots.
One thing that I think is important to know, if people are staying home to work, then less people are going to the office. It works both ways. So, you know, if somebody's staying home, they're not driving into their commercial space. So it works both ways. If COVID really is having a huge effect on the.
No, it doesn't.
Your commercial space, those are daycare. It's different than a business,
We
like
only
an
have,
office.
we only have 3,000 square feet that's not daycare. So it's not that big of an influx. There's not that much office space.
And you should have roughly at least 16 employees at that daycare, at least.
Right, we have over 20, I think.
Okay.
In the calculation.
So this is where it's going lower and lower. I mean, you have one person that has one extra car. We're already in a negative. You have 10 people that have an extra car. We're in serious trouble here.
Well, we had agreed on a number before that was much denser than what we're proposing now. And so we're hoping to reduce the density and the numbers still work.
But you're also responsible to house and keep the people on that development there.
Right.
And if we don't feel you have the proper parking for it, we're not going to allow it. Simple as that. That's why I told you, parking's a big issue. I
Okay.
told you you were nowhere
So-
close to getting the parking.
So, Mr. Houston, what, would the city council, and I'm trying to get this thing, so would the city council entertain eliminating the commercial use then?
I would entertain putting more than 2 stalls per residence. It's your residence and every,
Well, we have-
I don't care if you have all your residents or forget about the commercial. Every one I've been in spills out onto it because you have 3 bedrooms and there's gonna be 3 cars in there. I don't care if it's a mom, dad, and a kid. It's gonna be more than 1 or 2 cars. And you can say what you want, doctor. But I saw the smirk, but you can say what you want, but it's gonna be more because you drive down to St. George and go through any of those. And some of them have 2 and 3 stalls and none of them have enough parking.
And that was before COVID even. So I can see that number going up.
And we're gonna be right here at the start of our city and we don't want that.
So what can we propose that would, we're shrinking commercial space or, I mean, what would be?
Well, right here you have in this parking analysis, with the final proposed parking count at 147 spaces, this is 80.3% of city code.
Right.
So why are we not higher than that?
Because we
Why are we
already
not
had
at
a
100%?
development agreement signed with the city that allowed us to have 27,000 square feet of commercial and 72 residential units.
I understand that. I was here.
Yeah.
But hearing what everyone else is saying and the evidence is right there. You would leave this development with us, with residents and nowhere to go.
No, I don't want to do that. That's what I'm saying. We're
But
trying-
that's where we're headed. That's what we're trying to tell you.
So that's why I'm trying to fix that. So how do what can we do to, what would this, that's why we're here, I'm asking, what would the city agree to that we could, I'm happy to reduce the density. I just want to get to a number so we can get going. You know what I mean?
It's hard to come up with a number to
Yeah.
get the parking. It's got to be a balance. I mean, I could say put in 34 units, but is that too much? Because it has to deal with how much parking is. There's got to be a balance. And we're telling you, we're suggesting to you, we're trying to help you seek to understand what we're telling you. There's not enough parking stalls for the number of units you have. Yes, there's a development agreement that gives you a number, and yes, there's a development agreement that gives you a number of units. But what we're telling you is the 2 don't jive. You can't get both. So if you're going to have all those parking units, you're going to have to reduce your number of units to maximize those parking units.
Right.
Or you're going to have to find more space to get more
Well,
parking.
is the city willing to, I mean, we brought this proposal to you. Is the city willing to let us reduce the commercial as well as the residential? Because I think that's a fair trade. I mean, you know what I mean? Because right now it says, sorry to cut you off. Right now it says no less than 27,000 square feet.
Understand?
So, what do we?
Are we willing to reduce it to the 10 or what is that what you're asking?
What's your slide say? Will you show us that again, please?
And will you, Joe, can you submit that to this, so we have that for the city records?
Right, yeah, I can. So right now, the development agreement says we have to have no less than 27,000 square feet of commercial space. And according to that, we reduced it to, I think it was 14.5 or 15.
I get your question. I would be willing to reduce it to the 14.5. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think if you're asking a direct question, I can answer that for you. I would be willing to look into less commercial, but you've got to lower your units. I would love, just let me finish, please. I would love to see that 50 foot go down to 35. Your 50 foot, the tallest, what am I, height, thank you. Your height,
Well, we can.
our highest, please just let me finish.
Go ahead.
Our highest building in the entire city is 35 feet. I mean, these are gonna be monstrosities. I mean, they really will be so large compared to anything in our area. I went and walked your lot today, and I can totally understand what those residents nearby that have beautiful mountain views right now, they will see your buildings. I know that they're gonna be on the slope and everything. I walked it, I saw it. I would love to see an entire level eliminated. And to me, you gotta get your parking up to at least 3 units per 3 parking stalls per unit. I would love to see 3.5 or higher.
I don't know if we can do 3, obviously.
Okay, so you're at 183 is what you should be doing per your thing right here. That's about 2.9. 190 puts you at 3. So you're already asking for way below what you should. I'm asking you to go up to 3,
3 per residential.
3 per unit, 3 parking stalls per unit.
And will we still have shared parking? I mean, or what are you thinking? I mean, you know what I mean?
If you went to that, it wouldn't be such a big problem because there'd be 3, that's 200 parking stalls for however many units. 65 right now would be about 190 parking stalls and 65 units. And you could
Right now-
keep your
right now
commercial.
the code is 2.
2, and there is written in the code that
So I think
showing
that's
that, please let me finish. There is written in the code that having 2 per residential units, but for units with 3 to 6 units, we require an additional 1. Now that was written when 6 was the maximum amount of units we allowed in a unit. It had the intention of the more units you put in a building, the more parking stalls you would need. So our intention is there. And I think that we have something there that shows that this isn't going to work. It's not going to work. It's not even working at these other developments that don't have a commercial base. But you don't have the option to park on the street right now. And so we got to get this fixed now, because if it's not fixed now, then it's going to come back to us later and we have nothing to give these residents.
Okay, so we have reduced the commercial and reduced the residential. I mean, would the city entertain, if we had to, eliminating the commercial completely?
I'm less concerned with the commercial and more concerned with the parking and the 50-foot height.
Right, no, I agree. So if we can make the
Sorry,
parking
I didn't mean to
work
cut you off.
to code with the residential, then would the city entertain?
Code says a minimum. I mean, if the site demands more, you still can have to have more.
You mean commercial, or are you referring to
No,
parking?
He just said, he talked about
Residential,
parking per
Residential.
I just know where he was going.
I would entertain an option without commercial, to answer your question.
But that may not solve the parking. It may help.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. If it's a matter of if the commercial is going, it's the parking for me. And the commercial, that's a great service to offer to our city, but sales tax wise, it's not a revenue benefit to us. So I'm more about making sure that people have a place to park and it's not this 50-foot. That's
Okay.
all you're gonna see.
Let me see what we can do with the parking. If we can get rid of the commercial, that I think that, I don't know, it's just something we have to discuss with the civil engineer, but.
Mr. Cook, could you show me where the commercial building is? It's that last one by the daycare corner, right?
The one all alone.
Yeah. So, and it's just, as proposed right now, it's just the bottom level that has commercial.
That's the basement and the first level.
The basement and main level,
It's 12 daycare rooms, am I right?
something like that. Fred, you.
And 154 kids?
Up to 140.
Yeah, so which is at 15,000 square feet, you're basically required to have, what was it?
We would need.
51 shared.
We would need 23 parking spaces on a square footage basis plus employees, which is
20.
which is 43. And we have 68 commercial parking spaces available with the shared parking.
But you do have another 3,000 square feet that would be another business.
Right.
Okay, so you
So
need to
that's-
factor in those employees as
Right,
well.
we
So
have-
so let me explain to you, Mr. Cook, what I'm gonna have a problem with here is that you're gonna come forward with one of those maybe other businesses at 3,000 square feet, or maybe even 2. And I have to make sure that they have enough parking per their CUP and they won't have it. And then you can't sell that commercial building because you can't guarantee that their parking is gonna be viable.
Well, under the shared parking study that we presented, that we've already had in our previous development agreement, the evidence is there. And
But the CUP requires that none of those will spill out into residential areas. And if
I
you're
know.
already spilling out into it, then I can't approve that business.
Right, but
Do you see what the problem is?
I
So
do
you're
see.
putting the cart before the horse here a little bit, and you're giving us a problem. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna be a problem.
I understand. So to solve that, is that something that the city council would entertain if we basically provided to code the parking for the residences, which is 2 per residence plus guest parking, and eliminate the commercial. So I think we can make that work.
I'm not, I feel like you're twisting my words. I'm gonna be really honest. I want at least 3 parking stalls per unit. If you can do that and eliminate the commercial and eliminate a level and make it 35 feet tall, I'm happy.
I can't. We do have a code here that allows us to build to 50. I mean, that's.
I understand that.
And also a code that allows certain parking and a development agreement that allows certain parking as well. You know what I mean?
The agreement does say at least.
Right.
And
So
we're
if-
seeing that
so
it's
right
not
now,
gonna be viable.
If we build to the development agreement and the code, then we could go ahead and, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to work with you and come up with an agreement that we can all live with. But right now, if we build to the code and build to the development agreement, we have a right to approval. So that's.
But I think there's questions within that, at least 164 parking stalls, and we can show with proof that it's not enough. And also with our code where it says a minimum of 2 parking stalls per resident.
Right, well, the development agreement says at least 164 parking stalls. So if we have at least 164 parking stalls, we can go ahead and build to that, okay? So I'm just trying to come up with a solution here. I'm not saying this needs to get into, you know, an argument or whatever. I want to come up with a solution. That's why I'm here. So we're not doing all this work and spending another $20,000 on our 5th revision and trying to see if that would be amenable to you. So.
And that's why I told you then, you've got a big problem with parking. Before you.
Okay, can we solve that?
You want to go back to your other plan with your CUP and all that. Well, we have huge architectural problems with the design.
Oh, yeah, that
All
would
of
be all
that.
changed.
If you try to go back that, there's a whole nother.
No, that would all be changed. The architectural, we're not going back to that.
Well,
I'm not going back to the square design. That's not.
Are there any other council members who would entertain a proposal without commercial, as long as there's sufficient parking for residential?
I would only if it lowered that building.
The front one?
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have commercial, it will drop the whole thing down.
All 3.
So what's the height of the back two? Are they still at 50 with the new proposal? They were 35 before.
So they've dropped down all the way. So this originally, the key thing about the height drop is we reduced, this building here had parking underneath it originally. We've taken those whole, and they're sitting on top of a 14-foot wall. We've taken that entire building and dropped it into the ground and pushed it down. So we dropped it 14 feet from the original proposal. Really the height issue with the 50 feet is coming from the pitched roof that we added to look more in keeping with the surrounding community. And so that's where a lot of that height is coming from, is the fact that it has a pitched roof now. So if we had a flat roof, obviously we can make it even shorter.
So what is the height of those 2 residential buildings as is right now?
Fred? 30 plus a roof, I'm guessing, right?
We've got 10, 13, so
33.
it's about 35 plus the.
Pitch.
50.
So total would be what?
33 plus the pitch.
That's on the back side, right?
That's on the back side. You know, I mean,
Well, that's correct, but there are residents that are on the backside of the development as well, on the other side of the canal.
I think they're on the other side of the road as well.
So basically, one of the things I look at is the resident that's out there, you have 35 up to the top of the hill. Now if you come down, you're 50, closer to them. Is their line of sight even further obscured or not?
I think it's less, Leland did a drawing showing it being less obscured. It's definitely improved, even with the pitched roof that we now have.
I hate to change the topic too much, because you hold that drawing back up again. The point that you may have to address is those 2 buildings you see to the north and to the west, you're driving under them. I
Right.
recall one building has 25 units and the other has 20 units,
Right.
45 total. We do have an ordinance that requires an ingress and egress for 30 or more units. I only see one way in and one way out for all those parking stalls for those 45 units. That's
That
a
may be
fire,
an issue.
that's a fire issue. That's a fire code problem that I have that you'll probably have to address.
That may be an issue. I'm not. I'm
Oh,
not
it,
denying
it
that.
is an issue.
We
I'm just
can
bringing
read
it
the
to your
code and
attention.
find out exactly what, if that. Because we do have other, roundabout parking units. So.
Hear me out. I think you're just dismissing it. They go in one way, you got 45 units, they have to come out the same way. That's not acceptable. You have to have 2 ways in, 2 ways out for those 45 units.
Okay, I'll bring it up with our civil engineer.
I also saw those entrances into the entrance are 26 feet.
One of them was 36.
The one by the commercial is 36.
Yes.
The one by the commercial is 36 and the other 2 are 26.
Yes.
So, okay.
So I
Uh,
do,
no, go for it. Ah,
I do have a question on your 3 entrances. How far apart are the 2 northern entrance exits?
Separated.
Scale that lower.
Because, if we're looking like a residential street, yeah, me and my neighbor's house, that's the same distance, that's okay, but we're talking about suddenly, as Councilman Windsor was just saying, 45 potential in and out of each one of those entrances, and is that going to be overloaded? They're going to be too close, we're going to have issues, people trying to turn left across the line of
Joe
traffic.
about that as far as on the traffic portion.
So we did the original analysis with the full units, so not even this plan, but a more dense plan, when we had the 3 buildings up front, and we did with just 2 access points. There's just not that much traffic on that road, and so the ingress and egress was level of service A and B. And we worked with staff on that analysis process. We made sure we include the daycare, we included the office, the other office commercial that was going to be there, and the higher level of units, they were all functioning at an A and a B. As we distribute that traffic over more units, or more access points, that just makes it easier to get out. When there is a gap in traffic, all 3 can be utilized at the same time type of thing, so.
So is there a code or a guideline of how far apart driveways have to be?
Yeah, we typically like to see them at least 150 feet apart in general.
But these are less than that.
He's working on it.
So
There's at least 100 feet between them, not to the center. By the time you get to the center, it's more than that, but I'm not sure the exact.
Yeah, 26 each, so you're 126.
I think our code says 100.
It is 100.
Our code's 100.
So wait, are you saying the northern to the middle one is they're 100 feet apart?
Yeah, there's at least 100 feet between the 2.
And then from the middle one to the one on the south end is definitely obviously more than 100.
Yeah.
How many parking spots are underneath these 2 units?
There's 12 under building B and 15 under building C. So that the single access is not going to all of the parking for those units, it's only going for a portion of them.
Okay, that helps. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
If I can just go back to the comment about the daycare and having 8 slots, just a recommendation as you identify where the visitor or the non-assigned parking is, it needs to be near that daycare.
Right.
Because you don't want, yeah, there's going to be 30 plus spots available in the middle of the night theoretically, but mom's not going to want to walk 50 yards dragging her kids.
Yeah, I think we would put the daycare parking right in here or here, so that it would be closest to this area here.
So that this doesn't go forever, Mayor. I mean, I know this is a discussion item and you asked for our opinions. I think you know our hot spots.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, really, it's up to the planning commission and staff to get into the weeds of this whole thing. But we do have those issues with parking and that. And I think you know where we stand on it, in my opinion. So, I mean.
The only other thing I would like to add to that is just snow removal, especially as it's set up right now on that one entrance. I have no idea how you would remove snow from those parking spots.
Especially being on a hill on the north
Yeah,
side.
every one of our developments we lose parking stalls every year to snow, and in several of our areas, we don't have those spaces to lose. You guys are in even a worse situation, so. I'm not quite sure how you would plow and not lose
We've
spaces.
got quite a few islands in there that definitely are homes now, so.
I've been trying to look at that and then when I didn't see where you plowed too.
Yeah, I've had a snowplower look at it as well.
Yeah, unless you're gonna be in there with something that can lift it up.
So I guess the question, I guess, before, you know, we kind of part ways tonight, would that be something if we can reduce the density, both commercially, you know, we've already reduced it residentially. If we did entertain that, would that be something the city council, so we did meet, we get closer to that 3 parking number? I'm just throwing out ideas to try to,
Do you not have, I thought you had the daycare already invested in this.
I'm trying to, I have a $2.5 million contract that we're working on, and we've designed the building specifically for his purposes.
So if
This has been the one,
we eliminate that commercial, is that really an
it's a
option for you?
it's a huge hit, but I gotta get going. I gotta get something.
Isn't it better than to reduce the number of units versus that to you financially?
I don't,
You're not gonna make that on that one level. I mean, in townhouses.
maybe, maybe not. I mean, that's an issue. We don't know.
The simplest change is to take about 3,700 square feet that we have in commercial in that building. Now, obviously, it wouldn't solve everything that you've mentioned tonight. But you take that 3,700, then that 68 or whatever parking spaces we have commercial is only being used by the daycare, which for your code only requires 43. And that would create, right now, to have, if you were to take that same ratio of the 2 cars per unit plus 1 car for every 3 units, if you were to take that whole ratio, we only need 5 more parking spaces to hit it. If you eliminate that 3,700 square feet of commercial and we turn it into something that is an amenity for the residents, in other words, we turn it into a fitness center, or we turn something, we've already got about 2,500 square feet in the basement for an amenity for the residents. But if we were to take that 3,700 and turn it into an amenity and it no longer be available for commercial, we would need to be able to reduce our required commercial from about 27,000 down to about 11,000. But if we did that, you would end up freeing up a bunch more parking spaces. If that's truly the sticking point, that would solve a lot of it. You still get the same layout, basically, as what we currently have. And it would solve it. I don't know what it does to their bottom line. Joseph will probably kick me later. But it would at least fix it so that what we currently have laid out would work, and it would free up a bunch more parking for night or for the individuals that happen to have 3 cars or whatever. That you
And the
mentioned.
units would stay the same number?
We would, yeah, the 65, that number seems to work with the, what we don't have is the, we don't have, based on what you're saying, because you're saying that, you know, it had 1 guest parking spaces for every 3 or 2 for 6, and it didn't have anything more than 6. But if we were to take that same ratio and go all the way across, we only need 5 more parking spaces to get that same shared parking spaces for every 3, 1 for every 3.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah,
can I just change your wording?
yeah,
Instead of we only need, we need at least.
right,
That's what we're trying to say. 'Cause you keep going to the minimum,
right.
but you
But
need at least the minimum.
If we changed, right now we have, staff has required us to have 100% capacity for the residential at night and 60% in the daytime is the numbers they gave us, which exceeded.
So I'm just gonna stop you for right here, because it
Okay.
sounds like to me what you're saying is, okay, well, we'll just eliminate our commercial, and that means that we don't need the extra 51 spaces, we only need 5 spaces. So you're still kind of leaving us up a creek without a paddle.
No, instead of having,
If it was only residential, we have 17 additional, guest parking.
yeah, right now we have 17 parking spaces
Unaccounted for.
unaccounted for at night when you got 100% capacity. But if all of a sudden we eliminated that other 3,700 square feet, we would have more spaces that are available during the day and in other times that you're worried about.
So tell me how many parking spots and how many units? Would that give you?
You talking about keeping.
It's got 147 parking spots and 65 units.
No.
right now.
In this dilemma that you're given to us,
You're talking about eliminating the extra commercial space in the building, 3,700 or whatever additional square feet of commercial space, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you basically fix it. You've talked about COVID, you've talked about running out of parking spaces for the daycare, you've talked about lots of proposals, and I'm just saying the easiest, it may not be the solution you're looking for, but the easiest solution is to eliminate that 3,700 square feet of commercial. So instead of requiring 27,000 square feet, you would require 11,000 square feet.
and that would give you how many more parking spots?
It frees up parking spaces.
And how
that are-
many?
I think what she's saying is that we're still over the spaces required by code without any shared parking.
Yeah, I'm just asking you, how many parking spots does that give you?
Is it still 147?
Yeah, it doesn't change the.
You're
number
just
of
saying the
parking.
allocated parking to that commercial would now be freed up. How many
Right.
spots is that?
43.
You're still at 2.2
68. I
spots
get,
per unit.
I get 25 spaces that were going to be available for that commercial to be available.
You're still at 2.2 units or spots per parking unit. 2.2 parking spots per unit. Still well below where I feel
Where you
that
want
we
to go,
would
but
have.
not, but according to your code and the code that was adopted when this property was bought, without anything to do with the development agreement, we're meeting that code. The only question that you have is the shared parking ratio that staff picked that's more stringent than any place I know in the state, is it stringent enough? And I'm just saying, if we free up some more parking spaces, another 25 parking spaces.
And I'm just telling you 2.2 is still gonna give us problems, and if that's what you're going to do and not give us the commercial, then no, I'm not okay with that. It's a CO zone.
So, okay, so, back to my question. Would it be okay, would it be safe for us to draw this with no commercial and have everybody have, at the minimum, code parking for the residential?
I think she just answered your question and said no. It's a CO zone.
Okay, so we need the commercial.
If that's what if you're gonna go to the minimum, and then we're gonna allow you to build nothing but residential.
Okay, so there we go. Okay, so if we don't have any commercial, 3 is the number. Is that what you're saying? Is that?
That's your minimum number. I mean, we need to see it from there, but that's your minimum number. I mean, at this point, really, you're no longer a CO zone, you're a high density zone,
Okay, so.
and that's R7.
So to Wayne's point, that would be if you didn't add any more parking, you would need, and got rid of the commercial, you would be down to 50 residential
2
units.
units, 3 parking stalls per unit, 150 stalls. That's what we're saying.
What were you saying, Henry? Come up here and obviously not full knowledge here, but,
been doing this for 20 years. I've never seen a city council come up and determine what their parking ratios are on site, especially after signing a development agreement.
With that being said, what were you saying?
Well, what I was saying is, when we bought the property, we had an understanding with the city. What you're asking us to do now does not pencil out. He's gonna lose his shirt. So I wouldn't recommend going along with it. I'd stick to my guns. Because you're not gonna pencil out. If they take away your residential, they take away your commercial, and then they inadvertently pick 3 parking stalls per unit, the land would not, if we knew this going in, would have never bought it. It would not pencil out. That's all I can say.
Well, okay, thank you. But,
I just feel like.
I'm trying to work with you here. I'm trying to create a
I know,
situation
and
where.
I hope you hear that we're trying to as well, and we want the best product for our city and for you. If I were a developer, I wouldn't want to put out a product where I know from the get-go, I'm gonna have problems with parking. And I would not feel comfortable walking away from that. That's me.
I don't believe we're gonna have a problem with parking, so, but especially when we have over 2.
You show me a townhouse development.
Please.
And I'll go there tomorrow.
I will sign up
You show me
too.
one that does
plus
not
guest
have it with a minimum of 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just telling you, show me one.
We have additional
and I'll
guest
go there.
parking, yeah. We do have.
You show me the development and that meets
That has
the same standards, and
that
I'll
has-
go there tomorrow.
That has what?
That does not have a parking problem, and that still has the same requirement of the 2 parking stalls with, what is it?
That isn't spilling out into the
It's
street.
not spilling down the street, because you do not have the extra streets to go out without them walking a ways.
Right, no, I understand what your concern, I understand your concern, but,
And we understand that you have a development agreement. So I want you to know we do understand that.
well, so what do I do? Do I go back to
If
the
you-
development
we're
agreement
saying
and to the
give or
code
take.
and then
We're
just force
saying give or
through
take. If
a
you want
project?
residential and you want us to make concessions, then you got to make concessions
Oh,
on the
I'm
parking.
making
You
concessions.
see what we're saying?
Absolutely. But we also have a development agreement that if we build to, then we can build it. You know what I'm saying? And so I would hope that we can have some give and take, because otherwise it's just gonna be, we're gonna build to our development agreement and we're gonna build to the code, and then we're just gonna push it through. So if you can work with me, I would really appreciate that.
It will take you a long time to push that.
I know, I'm trying to work with the city and create something that's good for both of us. So.
I know it seems like we're being really stubborn. 'Cause I can see that you're all getting frustrated, but you have to understand, we will be left with people parking on residential streets, and it will become our problem.
Okay.
So we
let
are
me-
trying
let's see
to
if we can-
mitigate that
Let me see if
right
we
now.
can come up with a design that has 3 stalls per unit.
That'd be fantastic. I would love to see that.
Okay, and with the, can we get a kind of a consensus on that? I mean, that's we have, right now it's 2 plus guests in the code. But we require 3. And in the event of 3, we could get your backing. I mean, is that?
I feel much better with 3, but I
know, I'm just trying, I'm throwing out ideas here.
And again, the planning commission has to get into the weeds of it. That is where I'm at, is it needs to have enough parking to handle the facility. And I like your redesign as far as the layout of it. Whether it works or not, that's a whole nother deal.
So the council is in agreement if Joseph can make 3 stalls per unit, we would be willing to approve that.
With no commercial, right? Obviously, there would be no room for commercial.
No commercial.
Reducing the commercial hasn't been helping. That didn't solve your concern.
Yeah, I'm confused if that is working or
It
not.
was the total number, it was
It's
the
the
fact that
units.
we had 65 units and we had 147 parking spaces. It had nothing to do with the amount of commercial we had. If we had one we have some places where we have one bedroom, we have some places we have two bedrooms, we have some places that we have three bedrooms. Can we take that into account in the ratios? Right now, the city's 2 per unit, period, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom. Can we take that into account? Because you're concerned that a 3-bedroom unit is going to end up having 3 cars, but a 1-bedroom unit probably will not have 3 cars.
That's solid. If what you're hearing you say is 1 vehicle per bedroom.
I don't know what that does to us.
Well, exactly.
That's-
That's why I wanted to know the average number.
Well, that's what he's saying. If it's 3 bedroom, 3
But
cars,
we can
2
certainly
bedrooms,
calculate that and find
2
out what
cars.
it does.
it's something to go by, and I just want to interject. I do appreciate what you shared. I take offense to your colleague who's giving you advice. I think we entered into that development agreement in good faith. But what we're understanding is there's some things that we got blinded on. And we're saying, we got snookered. And we're trying to figure out, and I don't think it was your intent, but I think the realization is, this is a bad deal. How do we make it into a solid win-win for both issues? I can't argue how much you paid for that land. I could argue that you overpaid for it. So again, I'm just saying, I'm taking offense to your advice is that, stick to your guns and just shove it down our throat, because that's not the right place to go.
No, but back to your point, you're saying one parking stall per bedroom, is that what you're saying?
I think that's kind of a go by, is like, it doesn't make sense to have 3 parking stalls for a 1-bedroom apartment. On the other hand, I don't like to see a whole complex of studio apartments.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't make
No,
sense
we're
to
not
me
gonna have
either.
studios.
But I think 1 vehicle
What are
per
your-
bedroom kind of makes sense.
What are your 700 square foot bedrooms if they're not studios?
I think they're 1 bedroom.
There's no studio, there's at least.
Because even, and that's something, I mean, even our apartment complex, our smallest bedroom, our smallest unit is 1,300 square feet. So I mean, this is quite smaller than.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. We've sold 700, 800 square foot 1-bedroom for years, and we're getting over $250 a square foot for them. So
Another issue about that, I caution myself is if you got a married couple.
That's what I was
who
gonna
live in
say, a
one
married
bedroom
couple will
apartment,
have 2
And they have
cars.
2 cars.
Yeah, 2
So
cars.
it's kind of a,
well, you would have a guest parking on top of that, and some sort of quantification of guest parking on top of per unit.
And I think if we try to get into specifics, when you
but I
say
think
that we are
rather
good
than
with three,
soaking a lot of money into coming up with a concept and getting all the way to a sketch plan and stuff like that, maybe start with that whole concept of parking per unit and what we're talking about, and have, that's just a paper study, and come up with, hey,
Yeah.
this is what we're coming up with, this is the average parking per stall. And then you might have something to base your bond going forward. We're not trying to shut your project down, but we're trying to look out for the safety and healthy and well.
I understand. I'm just trying to get, that's why we came here, is to figure out before we, kept redesigning this thing, what would be amenable to the city council.
And I absolutely appreciate the fact that you lowered those buildings. That goes a long way in my book, and I know it will for the residents, that you buried those buildings. for lack
Yeah,
of
we
a
try to
term.
put them down into the hillside. So that's why it became useful for that parking garage, because it's under the ground and out of sight.
So I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused. So the west side of those buildings will be how tall? Not the east side, the west side.
So on the west side, there'll be 3 stories.
It'll look like.
It'll look just like this.
But it will be the 50
but
feet.
it's still 50 feet.
Yeah, it's still the
Right.
50 feet.
It's actually less than 50, but yeah.
But it's,
Okay.
It's.
So the backside will be only 2 stories.
Because it's something.
Well, yeah, but from the person on the east, on the other side of the canal there, it will be 3 stories that they see.
Yeah, the
50 feet
the
tall.
houses on the other side of the canal are also on the other side of the road, so they're pretty far away from.
Oh, I walked it. I can see exactly what they're saying. It's looking into a couple people's right backyards, but yeah. It's tall.
Okay. Well,
I do want to say, I love the architecture. I love what you've done. And I want to just echo, we want to work with you too. And I'll vouch with what Abdi said. We just want to make sure that this is the best for our community. And, just looking at the minutes of these other developments and what their cities are dealing with and what you just saw in our 2.5-hour meeting of another parking issue that we have. We can't do anything about it later. So let's make sure we get it taken care of at the beginning.
I agree. So
If I counted this correctly, the 65 units that we're currently showing have 104 bedrooms. anyway, just something to take home.
If there's any other comments, I'd appreciate them, but if not, we'll just see you in the future.
Are there any other comments?
I think I got mine all covered.
They carry within our building.
I don't
Thank
know,
you.
Did we get the floor plan?
Yes, we have it.
They're,
I just saw the sections is why.
one day.
Page 63.
One,
I got them.
2, 3, 4, 5, and then it carries the building. So there's one bedroom, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So you got 4 one-bedroom in the one building. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 one-bedrooms in the second building, and you've got 1, 2, 3. You got 15 one-bedrooms in the third bedroom, in the third building. And then,
So of the 65 units, 24 are one bedroom.
You get 36.
4, 5, and 15.
4, 5, and 15, yes.
And how many are two bedrooms?
What was that number that you just,
24.
24 is 1. 3 bedroom is 1, 2, 3, times 4 is, I got 12 in that building. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the other one, and I've got 5 in the other. So 3 bedroom, I've got 22.
22 three bedroom.
Yeah.
So that gives us 21 of two bedrooms.
Let's see if that works.
How many were single bedrooms?
I've
25?
got 4,
No, that gives you
and I've got 4 and 10 and 5.
I get a 19.
19.
Okay.
And it does add up. So I have 19 two bedroom. I have 22. The 22 was the
Three bedroom.
Two
three
bedroom.
bedroom.
Yeah, so we just did a quick calculation of the breakdown of how many one bedroom, two bedroom, and three bedroom there are. 24 one bedroom, 19 two bedroom, 22 three bedroom.
Okay, so I'm gonna do some quick math on that. I'm gonna say 1.5 cars for one bedroom. I'm saying you have
Sounds
two
fine with
cars.
me. That's pretty
1.5
common.
times 24, that's 36.
A lot of cities you work in is 1.5 for one bedroom.
Those are all the cities that you have problems with parking in.
And 3 times 22, 66. That's 96, 104, 150. 140 is what that comes up to do. 1.5 for your single bedroom and then 1 per unit for 2 and 3. You come up with 140 stalls. 147, yeah.
So that's where he's at. So yeah, that kind of math doesn't work, right? Yeah.
Well, the math works. If you do 1 unit per vehicle per room. and
Right. But what I'm saying is that doesn't help our parking situation.
It does, there's no.
It
It
doesn't
doesn't-
shared
if-
parking.
Or reduce the amount of commercial.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see if we can, are you saying instead of 1 for the 1 bedroom, you're saying 1.5?
1.5.
Because I'm saying some of those units are gonna be couples, there's gonna be 2 cars, some are just gonna be singles, so I'll give them that.
So one bedroom is 1.5, 2 bedrooms, 2,
3 bedrooms is 3.
3 bedrooms, 3.
And just do the math and come up with 140 real quick math. Just using those numbers. So that's without commercial. So that leaves 7 guest stalls.
But if you kept the commercial,
Are you sure?
yeah. I mean, we said from the beginning, we should have never allowed shared parking, so.
I mean, that puts us, that puts us
That's- the shared
2.1,
parking
not
is
far from where we're
I
at.
mean, While I'm here, we'll never allow another building ever.
Never.
And that's
Very-
fine. Okay. And that's fine.
And so that's one of the biggest hangups that we have, just that's something that some of us just weren't educated enough to, myself.
Is if we propose something at or greater than Councilman Windsor is proposing, would that be amenable to the city?
Not to me. No, we're still in the same, that's barely 2 parking stalls per unit. You're gonna have, Some
Right,
of
so
those
code is
units
2
are gonna
plus-
have 3 or 4 people living there, 3 or 4 cars. We're still gonna have the same problem. I'm not really sure how that fixes our problem.
Right, so we would, if we
It's the
added,
same as
if
what
we
we're
added,
looking
I mean, we could add a couple of, I'm sure we can find places to add a couple parking stalls to get to the code, plus the minimum of 2 per unit plus guest parking. So, I don't know.
What is the code for guest parking?
It's 1 for every 3 units. And then it's 2 for 6, and I didn't have anything above that. No. Because
Right.
we weren't planning on more than 6.
Right, so, but if you applied that, and I think the intent is clear that it was 1 per unit.
I was only,
About
I was only 5 short.
3.
No, you're 21 short.
Yeah,
65 divided by 3 isn't 5.
it's 20, it's actually 22.
Well, but the two plus.
Right, but we're asking for every a third parking stall for every
That was
3
the
units.
intent for every-
Yeah,
If you,
and that's where I say the development agreement and the code don't really line up perfectly.
So,
it would be, 22. You got it right up.
yeah.
Maybe we can talk with staff tomorrow and
I think that's when you
get some
start,
better numbers.
start talking about the parking and work from there.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, let's go back to
Crank 'em out.
item number 8, resolution 2020-40. Award Weaver Basin Job Corps Campus Water System Repipe Project. South Weaver City entered into a water service contract with the U.S. Department of Labor in May 2020. As part of this contract, the city is to have designed and constructed a new water system for the Weaver Basin Job Corps campus. This award is applicable to the Weaver Basin Job Corps' portion of the project, with the city's portion to be awarded at a later date. The complexity of the project required the project team to pre-qualify contractors. Statement of qualifications were due August 7th. 10 SOQs were received. After reviewing the statements, only one was eliminated due to lack of complex project experience. 7 companies attended the mandatory preliminary plans and draft bid schedule meeting. On September 16th, bids were opened for the project. 3 bids were received from the following companies: BHI, COP Construction, and Ormond Construction. A concept cost estimate was created in April 2020, which estimated the project to cost approximately $1.4 million. For Section 2.DD of the Department of Labor city contract and confirmed by the city attorney, the DOL is responsible for any overages. Department of Labor is DOL. A conference call was held on Monday, September 21st, with representatives from the Department of Labor and the U.S. Forest Service. An acknowledgement was made on their part to fund the overage. Jones and Associates recommends that the council award the project to COP Construction for the base bid and total contract amount of $1,637,830. Comments or questions?
This is fantastic. I love Department of Labor is doing the overages. I would make a motion. Shoot. Hold on. I would make a motion to approve resolution 2020-40, award Weaver Basin Job Corps Campus Water System Repipe Project to COP Construction for the base bid and total contract amount of $1,637,830.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further comment?
I do, sorry, just one quick question. Did you pick them based off of any references or just simply because they're the low cost bidder?
Okay. They were the low bid.
So we know nothing about them.
No, they went through a pre-qualification.
Right.
So everybody that was.
Good references and everything.
Right, everybody that we felt would do the project or had the qualifications to do the project was pre-qualified. We kicked one out. Only 7 attended the pre-bid, only 3 bid it.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add a comment. So thank you to Jones and Associates for all your hard work on this. This looks great.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Dana.
Thank you, Dana.
Okay, any further comment? Then we'll have a roll call vote, beginning with Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
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 And the motion carries unanimously. All right, we are going to move to item number 10, Resolution 2020-42, Award Cottonwood Drive Waterline Replacement Project. South Weaver City and Uinta City have combined efforts to have installed a new shared water line along Cottonwood Drive. This will replace two aging undersized parallel lines in the roadway. Maintenance of the new water line will be shared equally between the cities. Additionally, Weaver Basin Water Conservancy District will now own and operate the portion of water line from the aqueduct connection on the west side of Adams Avenue Tollway to the Cottonwood Trailhead. The interlocal agreement of March 18, 2020 documents the cost share and ongoing maintenance responsibilities for each city. On September 9th, bids were opened for the Cottonwood Drive Water Line Replacement Project. 10 bids were received and the names and bid tabulations are included in your packet. The low bidder was Wasatch Sand and Gravel at $787,530. After receiving the bids, representatives from Uinta, South Weaver City, and Weaver Basin Water Conservancy District met to discuss ideas to value engineer the project to reduce the overall cost. Weaver Basin agreed to allow us to reconfigure the meter vaults to delete the bypasses. This saves in pipes and fittings and overall size of the vault. South Weaver City agreed to remove their SCADA installation from the project, knowing that it can be added in the future. While in the meantime, the city can request from Weaver Basin any data collected with their SCADA. During the meeting, Weaver Basin also committed to providing an additional $50,000 towards the project, making their total contribution $100,000. The contractor also provided a cost savings idea of reducing the trail repair thickness. This saved $4,200. After receiving pricing from the contractor, a change order was prepared. The contractor was unable to obtain revised vault prices from his supplier in time for this change order. However, Jones and Associates will continue to work with the contractor and follow up on the deduction. This change order should be approved concurrent to the project award. Overall, the total cost savings contained in change order 1 is $87,700. Jones and Associates recommends that the council award the project to Wasatch Sand and Gravel for the base bid of $787,530, together with concurrent change order 1 in the amount of $87,700 for a total contract price of $699,830, with the condition that Uinta City concurs with the award of the project.
Mayor, Uinta City concurs. They
Oh.
had a special meeting tonight, and they approved the contract with a contingency that the contractor gets approval from the state since they're using CDBG money.
Right.
They are 99% through that approval process already. So Uinta City has looked at all of this information and they are good with it.
They're good to go. You mean their meeting's over? Wow. Okay. All right. Good to know. Are there comments or questions on this?
Oh, go ahead.
Who? What? No, two. I have two questions. The part that says South Weaver City agreed to move the SCADA installation from the project, knowing it could be added in the future. Do we know ETA on when we will look into adding that SCADA back in and what that costs? I mean, do we have any idea of what that cost will be in that time?
Well, sorry. I'll just lean over Barry here. Oh, there's a little more cord.
There's a cord there.
All right. Okay. We're working with the SCADA supplier on some of his costs. Since Weaver Basin already has SCADA
got this involved, we didn't feel like we necessarily needed it at this point in time. So I can't give you a number because we're hoping to get it down from what it was on this project.
Okay. And then, just out of curiosity, when this first came to us last year, was the budgeted amount for this 300,000 in the last fiscal budget?
The capital facilities plan.
Yeah.
You mean the city's portion?
But
Or
well, it
just
was
the-
back
just the
before, it was back
original
before,
project
yeah,
Concept.
yeah.
Oh, boy.
It was a major project we pulled forward. I think it was like
I really
350 or
Right.
something.
Yes, that
It was
sounds
what?
about right. I don't know if that's the exact
350?
number.
It was around 350.
350, okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering how much we were able to get below budget, so I appreciate your guys' hard work. We're below budget, right? With
Yes.
281? Okay.
Yeah.
You looked at me weird. I thought
No,
maybe
the
I didn't know
amount that the
amount.
city ends up paying for a much better project is likely less than what we had originally
Yeah,
estimated for a single project where we would be 100% responsible.
yeah. So I wanted to commend you guys on your awesome work on this, so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So my one question is, there was a cost savings of 4,200 to reduce the thickness of the trail repair. Are we just moving that cost to a later date? So we'll have to repair the trail sooner and or pay more later? What?
No, it's just working with Trails Foundation of Northern Utah, as they're now called. They were okay with a thinner section.
So thinner narrow, not thinner base thickness.
Thinner base, not narrower.
Okay. So it's a reduction in quality, but not necessarily what it's still adequate.
We're not concerned about it.
Okay.
If that's maybe what you're asking. I don't think, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a reduction in quality. I think it'll still perform adequately.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, how much, how long is the stretch of trail? I'm just, I don't know why I'm curious. It's 10:36.
We asked the contractor where we thought there might be some value engineering, things that would still perform at the same level, but could potentially be done for cheaper. And that was one of their suggestions.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mayor, make a motion that we approve the project to wash that sand and gravel for a base bid of $787,530, together with a concurrent change order of a deduct of $87,700 for a total contract price of $699,830, with the condition that we know you and the city has concurred with the award.
Second. Okay, you get to choose, Michelle. Okay. All right. Any further comment? And we'll have a roll call vote, beginning with Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. All right, item number 12 is city council meeting schedule. Staff and I would like to present the idea of council's consideration to only meet twice a month on the second and fourth Tuesdays as instructed in city code. City code 1-2-4A1 states the city council shall hold regular meetings on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month. The city council currently meets regularly on the second, third, and fourth Tuesday of each month, adding an extra meeting allowed, but not required by city code. Are there comments or questions? How does the council feel?
Will they all be this long?
This was
Oh,
a great day to
jeez.
bring that topic up.
It's a good time. It is. No, I don't think so.
What brought this up?
Me.
Small meeting.
I mean, it just. I
Well,
was surprised.
I felt like we had two pretty decent meetings, and then we would have one that was really short. So why not consolidate the short one into the two other meetings, and that saves us a whole night with our family? Unless we have other things that we want to bring to the table, and then we always have the option of having a third one.
So I think it's fine to me too, just as long as we don't have, because I feel like we had like a really slow August, but then we had that really couple long July meetings, if I remember right. So if we see that there's a lot coming forward, I would rather do 3 meetings that are shorter than 2 meetings that are longer. I just feel like we're a little more effective if we're not here for 5 hours.
And if we are gonna do the 2 meetings, I know this isn't a popular idea, but I would prefer them to start at 5 than it's like they used to.
We have to give the public a reasonable opportunity to attend meetings, sometimes getting off at 5.
And I do agree, but stay until 10:30 sucks
Yeah.
too.
I mean, being the old man on the council, we once used to have 2 open sessions and 1 work session. And the work session was an opportunity for us to delve into maybe a lot of things these committees are currently doing. And since we have all these committees, we've gone away from that. And the 3rd meeting started to creep back in. I'm not opposed to 2 meetings, but I kind of like the idea of having a work session where we can just, it's open to the public, but there's no public comment. It's just simply, here's some things we want to discuss that maybe the committees want to bring forward and have further discussion for elaboration, rather than do it under the discussion items or new business. It might provide us that opportunity if we need to have a 3rd meeting at all. I do think we do need to have a work session in October, though, if we go to these 2 meeting schedules, because I understand there's a code committee who would like to discuss something with the council on its approach.
Something.
Dave, did you have a comment?
One thought that staff has had with the idea of going to 2 meetings a month is the ability to generate the packet a little bit earlier and have a little bit more time for the council to review that material and even the public. We typically get the packet out Thursday, maybe Friday. And if there was not a 3rd meeting, then we could potentially bump that up and give more like a week or so to review the packet rather than just a weekend and a few days. So it's a consideration, maybe not the driving force, but I think that there's an opportunity to amend that schedule of when information makes it to your desk as well.
I'm okay to try it. And if it doesn't work, then we move back.
Okay, does everyone feel that way? Why not?
You're the mayor. You can do what you want.
Wow.
I think it will be hard for people to get there. So.
It will, and if we have public comment at the beginning, is there any rules, state code that states you can't?
I'll let Danny ask. I
You can begin things at 5. I think it's as Councilman Windsor stated, you want to give the public a reasonable opportunity to attend. Every location is a little bit different in how much of their populace commutes and when they would and wouldn't be able to get there.
I know from a public's perspective, 6 o'clock is often hard to make it. So I think 5 o'clock would not be favorable with the public, in my opinion.
So is the consensus to stay at 6, try the 2 meetings? We're already gonna have 3 next month, just so you know. But we'll have 2 business meetings and then a work meeting like Wayne was stating.
I think that's a fine plan, Mayor.
Thank you.
I support you in that.
I wonder out loud, though, if we don't need to have this as an action item on a following meeting, because then we adopt a schedule that we had to post. And if we're going to amend that schedule, we probably need to bring that back as a formal motion. And so that the public has an opportunity to weigh in on that.
That's correct. It would have to come back as a resolution amending that schedule.
Okay. So,
Agreed.
so your direction is to bring that back.
Okay.
And we'll schedule a resolution.
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's move to reports.
Sorry, I'd like to follow up on Councilman Windsor's hinting at the need for a 3rd meeting in October. Can we discuss that real quick?
You bet.
Before we leave the topic.
I mean, I think a work session would be good to do.
That's kind of what this thing would have been easier to do as tonight. It would have been.
Do you want me to explain
Go
what the
ahead,
code
Dave.
committee talked about?
Yeah.
Basically, the code committee in their review of code has gotten to the point where we're trying to nail down the roles and responsibilities of the different bodies involved in the planning process. That is planning commission, sketch plan committee, city council, staff, all of those different entities. And specifically in the review and approval process of site plans and improvement plans, the code committee, before they continue to work on that, feels like some direction by the entire council is merited. And so that's what we'd like to bring forward as a code committee to the entire council in a work session to say, here's what we've worked on. Is that the right direction? Rather than us continue to work on something that seems to hinge a lot on this one decision or this one idea. If we could get some feedback from the full council, then I think that would direct the code committee in some additional work, as well as provide an opportunity to have the attorney for the Utah League of Cities and Towns come and provide a legal framework of those different bodies and what their roles are in state code. We've heard the name David Church before, who's been the legal counsel for Utah League of Cities and Towns. He's since recently retired, and just by happenstance, Jamie's partner, Todd Godfrey, is the one who is assuming that role. Todd's unable to attend on the 20th. However, Jamie works right with him, and I think that they could prepare the material together, and Jamie could be the one that actually presents it. But we could have a two-part work session, a little bit of training on the state code, what those bodies do, and then some direction from the council on that the code committee could use help with.
Okay. All right, so that would be on the third Tuesday of next month, correct?
Yeah, October 20th would be
20th.
the date that we schedule that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, let's move to new business.
I have some.
Oh, goody. Okay. Go for it.
I just gotta find it. Hold on. Okay. I was just wondering, so one thing that we noticed when we were trying to get YCC applications is they kept coming to a locked city hall. And I'm just wondering, is it time to unlock city hall during regular business hours, or why is it still locked? It's confusing a lot of residents. So are we able to unlock it?
The administration committee is going to take that under discussion on Thursday.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very good.
Sorry, Quinn, I stole your thunder. It slipped out.
Glad you brought it up.
I just realized that administration, admin and finance means administration. Okay, good to know. Did you have, oh, okay. And then I had two questions actually from two separate residences wanting to know about putting signs on their streets. One is not a through street, and the other is autistic children at play. And was just wondering, do we have information on how they go about that? Do they come to the council? Do they just go to staff? Is that something?
Typically, residents have come to staff with those types of requests, whether that's a stop sign or speed limit sign or various things like that, and staff has just handled those. If you want to direct them our way, we're happy to take that.
Okay, that's all.
Hey, Blair, did you have something? I can't do full names. I'm just calling you by your name.
I like it that way.
No, the planning commission was basically what we heard tonight.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? New business?
One item that was brought up several months ago, but the left turn lane on 475 and South Weaver Drive is still unpainted.
Wait, what?
You mean the
475. There's no lanes painted at the intersection
Oh.
on 475 by
Yes.
Peterson Farm.
Or 475.
There's no
South Weaver Drive.
lines. There's no.
As you drive south on
It's a nice
475,
Kramer style lane. Okay. You guys don't want my phone?
Brandon, do you know what we're talking about?
Yes.
Too late.
I just want someone to look into that. Don't explain it. Thank you.
And then just a reminder, if staff could reach out to Wasatch Integrated, set up a tour for the materials recovery facility for council and planning commission. That'd be great. All right. Reports. Just wanted to report on Stan Cook because I talked to his daughter-in-law. He's better every day, walking down the halls with a walker, getting stronger and hoping to come home in the next week or two. So that's exciting. Due to a surge in recent vehicle burglaries throughout Davis County, Sheriff Sparks notified us that his officers will be interacting with our residents, especially in affected neighborhoods, in the next few days to educate them more on how to keep their property safe and deter crime in our city. And then COG meeting update. CARES Act grants were provided to 6 businesses located in South Weaver City, even though we didn't contribute. Just so you know, average grant amounts received around the county were up to $15,000 per business, and they can give us more information for our businesses if we would like it. UTA is looking to implement more diversified routes and locations. They have plans to construct a bus rapid transit or BRT route, which is rail-like transit service from Davis County to Salt Lake City on the east side. They have plans for improvements from Woods Cross Station south, but are looking at possibly extending the BRT to Farmington Station south. Buses would arrive for transit every 6 minutes at peak hours and every 10 at off-peak hours. Last week, I visited 14 more residents in South Weaver City with Peyton Tamashiro from Hill Air Force Base. This is round 2 of the well surveys. It's for wells at Hill Air Force Base identified from record search that are located between 1 and 2 mile radius sources of contamination. We determined that none of these wells are being used for drinking water or vegetable garden watering. I also wanted to thank Public Works for the handling of the cleanup from the windstorm. They were very quick and responsive to concerns by residents, council, and staff. I just want to give a shout out to our Public Works Department because they're awesome. All right, let's go to Councilman Windsor.
Thank you. To follow up with your last statement about Public Works, I concur. However, there's still a downed tree in the park at the bottom of 1900 East off the HOA. It just seems to be out my back door and I see it. It seems to be very close to a property line, so I don't know if the city is waiting on the HOA to do something or the HOA is waiting for the city to do something, or if it's such an insignificant tree that it just hasn't gotten to be addressed yet. But I want to make sure the staff knows there is a significant tree down in that park and it's been over 3 weeks.
Yes, we're aware. I actually spoke with Mark Larson today about that. There's a few trees that are still needing to be taken care of. We're planning on getting a chipper and taking care of those. But yes, we're aware.
Is those bark chips available for purchase or donation, or does the city have a use for those chips? I have a need, and I can.
Don't know what the details are on that. I'd have to look into that.
Well, if they're going to be hauled off someplace, then I would like to see if there might be some residents in the community who could benefit from that.
I'll look into it.
Those chips. I could go on, but I won't.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Petty.
I just have 2 items. One, the YCRU City Council that was just sworn in, we are going to meet this Thursday at 7 p.m. And we're pretty excited. We're going to go over all of our charter and set everything up proper. So we're really excited. And our Parks and Rec Committee will meet tomorrow at 11:30, and we'll discuss a whole lot of stuff. So, okay, yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Riker's got a pretty sweet deal on that council.
I know. Yeah, right?
It does. All right. Okay, thank you. Councilman Soderquist.
Just 2 quick updates. As Councilman Windsor mentioned, the Admin Finance Committee met today briefly. We're following it up on Thursday to talk about some other items. I'll go through the details on that. We'll tell you later. Different things we are discussing. And the Gravel Pit Committee met last week and just talking about different ways to address where the, find ways to determine if we can figure out where the dust is coming from, the most detrimental places and how far it's going, but there's just a lot of discussion
My
about
front porch.
mitigation issues.
That's where it's all going.
That's all.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Albert.
Okay, I remember one more new business. There is graffiti on the cement wall. Did you have that at where?
As you go up on Adams Parkway, is that
Uh-uh.
what you're talking about?
Nope, it's
Is
the
there something-
cement barrier that the gravel pits put up on. Dang, I was gonna remember that street, the old South Weaver Drive.
Talking about over by Leonard's
Yes. There's a bunch of graffiti.
again.
Is it again? I feel like it just showed up.
Already covered it up about a month ago.
Yeah, I just drove by it today.
Okay.
It's pretty awful, so.
You know, visit.
Okay.
So we don't manage the graffiti underneath the bridge that goes up Adams Parkway, because that's north of the river, is that correct? Okay.
That would be when, but I can still contact them to get it taken care of.
Okay.
Okay. The PR committee met. I have good news, guys. The PR committee met and our live streaming equipment is finally here. So, that was it. Yeah, that wasn't even an excitement.
It couldn't come any sooner.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. So they are planning to install next Wednesday morning. They could have done it tonight, but we were here. So it should be ready to go at our next meeting in October, our first meeting in October. It should be ready to go. So that was pretty exciting. We are going to send out a new website RFP, hopefully really soon, and be able to get more information out on that. And then we did discuss, Wayne, your comments from Michael Grant, who had some suggestions about how to be better,
Respond when there's audio.
yeah, to put into place kind of like some ways to make the live streaming better. And we're gonna have a meeting once we get our new equipment and maybe refine that.
Michael, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. And then I did meet with the Country Fair Days for a quick recap of how everything went. They had a lot of people who were really happy about all the new events they did, but also loved all the old events. So they're trying to figure out a way to do all the events all the time now. So that's something they're looking into. They're also looking into, one thing they did enjoy was moving to Canyon Meadows. They're thinking about, because of the bathrooms, that was a significant help for them. So they're thinking about possibly moving everything to Canyon Meadows next summer. But they're still working that out. And yeah, that's basically all of that. That's all.
Thank you. Councilman Albert.
Nothing.
Okay. Dave.
Yes. Two things. We found out just within the last couple of days that our liaison with the sheriff's office, Lieutenant Jason Boydson, is getting a promotion. He'll become a captain and moving divisions, and so we will have a new liaison assigned as soon as they have one. In the meantime, we'll work with Sergeant Pope, who you know, who's come and presented and has a great rapport with the community. So we're in good hands, but there's a little bit of a transition there. We always knew Jason was going to promote at some point, so we wish him well. He thinks that at some point he will probably circle back around to the patrol division, and we probably haven't seen the last of him, but that's the latest. And then
Will you give him our congratulations and our gratitude for all he's done
I
for
will.
our city?
Yeah, I will. And then, just so you're aware, I will be out of town in a couple of weeks. There's not a meeting next week, so I won't tell you next week, but the week of the 12th, Monday the 12th, I'll be out of town the first part of that week. So our first attempt at live streaming with the new equipment, Mac will be here to keep us in line and take care of us. So
You'll miss our debut.
yes, but I'll be here for the test runs prior to that.
We're gonna have a cool ribbon cutting or something.
Or something.
How do you?
Or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're gonna have Blair cut the ribbon.
With a chainsaw,
Mm-hmm.
You need a change.
because apparently you need a bunch of.
We'll use a log from the one that Wayne has by his house.
All right, thank you, Dave. Jamie, did you have anything? Barry?
I'm ready to go home.
Poor Barry.
We had a closed
Okay.
session. This is a little-
Brandon? Okay,
Poor
Lisa?
Barry.
Friday. I didn't realize you were here Friday. Welcome. You were so quiet over there. Okay, nothing, Michelle? No, okay. Then, do I have a motion?
Make a motion to.
Do I need to say what it is? Held pursuant to provision UCA section 52-4-2051 C and D, discussion of the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, and discussion of pending or reasonable imminent litigation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are moving to closed session.